Somebody blow up the ceiling, 'cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling. I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about a thing now. We were born for this moment, but we gotta go now. There's nothing you can't do if you want it. Dreaming day and night, yeah. Gonna get it right, yeah. There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? I wanna change it up. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Yeah. Hey. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? What's next? I wanna change it up, yeah. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Yeah. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? I've been waiting for you to come through, for all of your promises to be true. It's heartbreaking, and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Got to the change. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Got to the change. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Got to the change. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away. From where I am, I go all the way by bicycle, just to see your face in Tokyo. I drive, counting the streets passing by, dreaming of trees and pale white, the light of the night in southern Hawaii. I feel like I'm lost in the flow, stuck in the routines I know. My last trip was ages ago, ages ago. My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away. From where I am, I go all the way by bicycle, just to see your face in Tokyo. My dear, but nothing is holding me here. They say that I should save my career, but all I wanna do is leave for a year. I feel like I'm lost in the flow, stuck in my routines I know. Our last trip was ages ago, ages ago. My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away. From where I am, I go all the way by bicycle, just to see your face in Tokyo. pretending. I roll my eyes and she's not human. She's out of touch, so rough, ahead of the game. Is that enough for her to leave them in flame? She's out of touch, so rough and so out of tame. You know that later she play it ice cold. Just for her amusement, a 30-second romance. What else were you assuming? She's out of touch, so rough, ahead of the game. Is that enough for her to leave them in flames? She's out of touch, so rough and so out of tame. You know that later she's playing ice cold.
Coming into Playday 4 as we gear ourselves up to cross the halfway mark of Stage 1 here in the Oceanic Challenger League. We've geared it up with a hell of a night. Playday 4 is gearing up to be one of the most exciting. My name's Blue Panda. Joining me on the mic as always, my good friend, it's Cthulhu. Look, how are we feeling, mate?
Look, absolutely stoked for all of this, for tonight's action, because, yeah, look, like you alluded to, halfway through to the season, now all the stakes are rising even higher, and, well, for some of the teams that have been a little bit slacking at the beginning of the season, well, now it's their, well, beginning to the final chances to really make it through.
And as we are standing on the verge of that halfway point, let's take a look at our standings and where we find ourselves coming into the Playday. Up top, of course, it's Kraken Esports, currently undefeated, tailing very closely behind Dynasty, get themselves the 2 wins, 6 points. We have a two-way tie for third. Altidelios and Circular Spheres both on 5. And rounding out the bottom 4, Cthulhu, LFO with 4, 1620 Kings and Vodafone Warriors both with 3. And Antic, unfortunately, still unable to escape bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah, look, for Antic, things been just rather unfortunate in general. They kind of been a little bit struggling overall. Hopefully tonight will be the night for them to really pick up a well, many frags really, and some points. But yeah, look, things are looking rather bleak. Whereas, yeah, Kraken and Dynasty so far have been the two teams that are kind of been the ones gunning for those promotions for the OCN.
Well, going into tonight, of course, our matches for the evening. And our first one is one that I'm entirely excited about. It is probably going to be our match of the stage. Currently first and second, Kraken Esports Club and Dynasty going toe-to-toe. This will more or less decide the rest of the stage in first place along with it. Match 2 of the evening, 1620 Kings and Circular Spheres. Match 3, the Vodafone Warriors taking on Antic R6. And to round it out, a team, and well, I mean, a team with 2 teams, in fact, with history. It's LFO taking on Altidelios. And I mean, Cthulhu, there is a lot at stake here tonight.
Absolutely, yeah. We are looking at the 2 teams that have been pretty much already from the beginning of the season gunning for the top spot, and they're the ones that have already figured majority of their things with the rosters out. And then the second matchup that could very much decide if there's going to be a third kind of variable introduced into that battle for the top spot, and that could also be a very, very big one to really keep an eye out for.
Definitely an exciting, lineup for the evening, of course. But let's get on into our first match. Of course, it's going to be Kraken Esports taking on Dynasty. This one will more or less spell out how the stage ends in first and second. Of course, you got to remember, no playoffs in stage 1 or 2, so it is first come, first served. Whoever finishes top gets that promo spot. I mean, how do you rate their odds coming in against Kraken tonight, Cthulhu?
Honestly, well, the odds are there for them. It mainly more so depends on as to the roster and who is going to be playing. Well, on the side of Dynasty, it's Zeth, Spruce, Drex, Shoots, and Lib that will be playing it out. On the side of Kraken, it's their usual core. It's Sippy, Tiltek, Hunter, Elements, and Pluto. So the now renewed, revitalized Kraken that was already prior to beginning of 2022 has been looking very dominant and very strong. Now posing against a Dynasty that, look, they had a rough start. Then later down the line, kind of came in the lineup of, I believe, Cyro, Shoots, Spruce, Drex, and Lib, and they absolutely stomped it out, especially on a map like it was the Skyscraper. Now, posing against what is technically the biggest challenge in general. I'm not too sure what's happening, by the way, with Tiltek.
I think it's the first time I've ever seen Tiltek shook.
Yeah, he's a bit shooketh. But, yeah, look, I gotta say, I would probably still bet on Kraken winning this out.
Yeah, I mean, they've been hot all stage so far. And, I mean, look, that's a streak that had carried over from the end of last year, of course. And as you can see, courtesy of our Circle's Life's player cams, Kraken are looking pretty chill. They're looking all good in the hood. They're ready to come into tonight. They're a team that, I mean, aren't one that are going to be stressed too much any given day. But there you go, their opponents. You can see Leb on your screen. Last week was a bit rough for him, Cthulhu.
Yeah, look, it was quite rough, but in saying that, Dynasty players did manage to have at least 1 or 2 players that were continuously performing. And so whenever one of them does underperform, the rest can really pull up. It does, though, very much depend on having quite a lot of openings for players like Drex, players like Leb, players like Spruce as well, given that they were the ones to be the big playmakers. Shoots and Cyro on their debuts as well were able to show a few cool tricks and tips, technically. But overall, it was very much situational. If a team keeps on pressing them very aggressively, Dynasty do tend to kind of get lost in the sauce.
It is worth mentioning, of course, a large number of rounds they picked up came off the back of misplays and
True.
Well, look, a very, very significant series of unfortunate events for the Circular Spheres last week. Coming into today, Kraken are not a team that will make those same mistakes. They're a very, very disciplined team. Yes, they like to have a bit of fun, but when the cards are down, they are not going to give any unnecessary advantages to their opponents.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, Kraken definitely is... we were talking prior to the pre-show where we kind of ended up coming to kind of a conclusion that between, outside of Kraken and Dynasty, all the rest of the teams are kind of in the phase of figuring out their position, figuring out their internal issues and whatnot. These two teams that we're about to see playing against each other are the ones that have a realistic chance of making OCN and possibly will be the ones to possibly verse Onami, who currently are sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard on the OCN. So it's it could be a very close matchup, in saying that it will ultimately depend on how well prepared and in what kind of mental state are Dynasty.
Yeah, I mean, look, it definitely it definitely puts forward a very interesting close to the stage. Of course, there are only a handful of days left, and I mean, at this stage, there is only so much room, so much difference in how things could play out. I mean, Onami likely the team coming from OCN, but there is still a possibility it could be Vertex, so it's not locked in just yet. And there are still technically 3 teams in the running. 4, actually, if you do include the possible points available with the Playdays remaining. But right now, Kraken versus Dynasty, of course. Let's get into the map, Vito, and see where we're playing. Seeing where this match will be taking place could give us a good indicator of how things might go tonight. And we go to Bank, one of the newer maps of the competition. Kraken had the choice of Border and Bank. And in fact, Dynasty opting to ban Chalet despite picking up the win there last week.
Yeah, I think it's partially due to the fact that they know full well that Kraken can be very scary on a map like Chalet. Border for Kraken, look, it may be a little bit of an uncharted territory, or maybe they are keeping it for something, say, OCN Promo Relo match, if they do end up making it in the first place. But Bank is one of those kind of middle grounds, I suppose you could call it, because, on the side of Dynasty, at least back when some of the players were part of Rhythm, to my memory, Bank wasn't particularly the most shiniest of the maps, but I say that, well, we only have 2 representatives of Rhythm from that timeline, so can't really judge a whole lot. So for Dynasty, so far, their whole forte was really taking teams to those, I suppose, off-meta map picks and then playing their kind of play style. Whereas on the side of Kraken, look, we've seen a couple of the Bank's performances from them. Majority of them have been very, very much dominating. So overall, I'm really, really excited overall.
Well, let's get on into a Cthulhu up ban phase just around the corner. But I mean, the thing to remember, of course, this is a map that Kraken have thrived on in the past. They took down big dogs in their Stage 3 playoffs run. They took down Fury. The only map they were able to take off Fury in that grand finals was Bank as well. So coming into it, there's got to be some confidence. But it's a matter of what have Dynasty prep coming into today in terms of what could upset Kraken.
Yeah, I think the main case here will be to essentially not to get overly too confident by Kraken, because they have that tendency of occasionally getting, oh yeah, we got a couple of those rounds, and then proceed to just go for some more experimental picks or some more just unusual positionings to hold, or trying to go even for some of the spawn peaks. Bank as well, in that regard, does allow a few cheeky spawn peaks, but I mean, looking so far at the op bans, it does feel rather different from our usual spice. I mean, no Thatcher ban, no Flores ban, so both of those ops out of the out of the bench back into the core pick. But Hibana ban does make me feel a little bit odd, because say prior to the introduction of Ace, that would be an actually really solid ban, because, well, technically you're taking out all of the remote heart breaching, right? Well, with Ace still in play, he could make just about the same sized holes. It feels...
I mean, look, I can understand it. It's forcing prioritization of hard breach utility. I mean, you're thinking that long hallway up on the second floor, there's a lot of utility where Ace is capable, but it's a little bit riskier to utilize.
Yeah, that as well. Plus, it just hit me as well. Hibana and her utility is very much proficient at opening up very quickly the hatches as well. So this is a play for the hatches as well. And, well, obviously, betting out the Cade as well does make things a little bit more difficult, because, well, if it's walls, it always has to be either mute or bandit, and maybe bandit tricking. Hatch is pretty much now free real estate, so should be relatively easy to go with. Shoot's kind of done messed up there, but I have to say, yeah, I'm quite curious what will be the end result. Shoot's about to catch these hands real quick. Public execution, maybe.
Or they're deciding who gets the first kill. I mean, they have the option of a rehost, which, I mean, you'd be foolish to waste it, I think, on a... Okay, so game black screen, unfortunately, so it looks like maybe Shoots has had a disconnect. Yeah, so it looks like we might just have a rehost coming into play. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. Going into it, I mean, we're going CEO first from the looks of things, as you would expect. Given the lineup that we saw, other than, obviously, the Zami, is there anything that sticks out to you?
Not a whole lot. I have been mainly looking at the attacking lineup, though, of Kraken once they've switched things around. The introduction of Lion and Twitch, plus the Nook that has been kind of stuck around for a brief moment, plus Buck, though, does introduce quite an interesting dynamic, because what basically I'm reading from that is essentially a very much of a momentum play with the Lion scans to allow essentially Nook to be that the flanking player in a similar way, actually, from what we've seen, I believe, back in almost, I want to say, Southeast Asia, when we... No, wait, actually, pardon me. It was an OCL as well, where we've seen a couple of the teams try to play Iana for the flank play on Bank. But Nook could actually be a much better choice, purely for the fact that she doesn't really announce her presence as loudly as Iana. Plus, on top of it all, Buck for vertical, you still have the frag grenades, you still have all the hard breaching utility. The main thing here will be just watching the flanks, because whilst the rest of the Dynasty could be playing a very kind of by-the-book defense, I am expecting Drex, I am expecting Shoots, maybe Leb as well, to be those very painful roamers to deal with, and that's something that Kraken might end up learning the hard way.
I mean, we even saw a bit of Nook last night. On Villa, of course. I believe it was a number of appearances, actually.
Yeah, but see, Nook on Villa is almost like... It almost feels natural to pick her because of the sheer size of the map and the sheer abundance of places where Nook could go. Bank is one of those very claustrophobic maps where it kind of almost needs some sort of a niche playstyle, niche approach. And the way how Kraken seem to have built their op lineup actually does seem to generate that kind of comfort zone for for Nook to actually be in.
Oh yeah, 100%. Nook play is probably going to be a little bit more telegraphed on a map like Bank. There are less avenues, of course, where you can get around. But I mean, you're still looking at a second floor hold. You then send the Nook down into the basement, come through the the jewelry entrance. You could look. The man is a character. He's content, if nothing else, but he's also incredibly good at the game. So he's checking himself out in the cab.
Absolutely.
The man is not so much focused on the game ahead as he is on his fashion choices. Oh no, he's completely.
He's going full emo.
It's out the window. We're going for a full rebuild Cthulhu. What's the play? Are we going to go for samurai top knot? Are we going ponytail? Are we going just standard man bun? What do you reckon? What's the play?
I think it's a reversed man bun.
Reverse man bun.
The usual Tiltec special, I mean. But yeah, look, I do want to actually point out kind of in some form of a head-to-head between Kraken and Dynasty. I would actually pose somebody like Tiltec versus Drex, given both of these players can really go on that very thorough aggressive play for a full-on sweep, but also have the flexibility of whenever needed they would play very much passively and waiting for the rest of the team to essentially make the move. Albeit I would probably pose Drex to be a little bit more of an aggressive player rather than passive player.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot that could go into this matchup. We will have to wait, obviously, till the rehost is sorted to figure out just what avenues and what paths and what play styles we're going to be seeing out of both these teams. But, I mean, Hunter was teasing the Monty there. Not locked in, of course, so there's a possibility the attack repick comes through. But the Nook paired with the Monty as we get back into things. I mean, everything that right now Kraken are laying down makes for a very scary operator lineup. And if Dynasty don't cover their bases, don't set themselves up with the tools for victory, they could find themselves overwhelmed and outnumbered in very quick succession.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, Hunter being one of the big highlight players as well of the Oceanic Challenger League, he was the big maestro of the shield plays. So wouldn't put it past that he would be the one to actually be that catalyst yet again. Something that we've been kind of actually touching up on quite a fair few times throughout the beginning of this stage as well, when we get to talk about Hunter, is that he doesn't frequently bring out the shield strats, and it's usually kind of, we end up calling it one of those pocket strats, but it was one of the ideas that has been...
I think Shoot's just lost a mute gemmer to the reinforcement there by Zethi.
That's unfortunate.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but that's a pretty significant piece of utility to be losing this early on.
Yeah, look, maybe a little bit too hasty, maybe the kind of the first matchup of the day kind of jitters. Who knows, if we do end up getting Dynasty, maybe we'll get to ask them a question about that, but apart from that, yeah, look, I'm just curious to see what will actually end up happening, given that Hunter just swapped off Monty to the Ace. So, double Heart Breach plus a pretty solid set of guns. I didn't actually catch what Seppi is bringing in regards to the primary, whether it's G8 or the 552 Commando. But apart from that, look, it all looks like a very sane lineup of the operators, albeit I'm kind of sad that we don't get to see the Lion Nook combo.
We're going to get the Nook regardless, and, well, it looks like it's, in fact, Tiltec going to be heading down through servers, clearing out from the basement up, which is where you'd expect the Nook to be going, but Elements heading through ATMs, looking to come in through that main lobby position. I mean, that could still be just as deadly, especially if their focus is over towards Seppi and Pluto.
Absolutely. I mean, I've been mentioning that that's where I was expecting, actually, Elements to go as a Nook as well, albeit maybe I was expecting a little bit more of an upfront kind of push towards the spiral, but regardless, where Tiltec is, he could be a big, unpredictable position, because nobody yet to catch him on the cameras. Leb could be fragged out very quickly. Shoots will still need to run a couple places to actually get the frag and a refrag onto Tiltec. So, look, this could actually serve as a really good upsetting moment here.
I've got the opening in from stock as well, but it was that nade play that I was expecting out of Elements. Drex was maybe in a bit of trouble, and both nades have been committed from below. This time, it's just going to be to enable the opening of these walls, I do believe, from the looks of it. Yeah, one was committed onto Drex, but it relocated. But, I mean, pretty good timing on the openings of these walls. Pluto's going to be able to get that started very quickly. Yes, I mean, they're 2 minutes into the round, but that's plenty of time to work with for Kraken.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, they're still looking to try to adjust to as to what to do, how to play, where to play. Seppi already finding that shot onto shoots is already a good opening, but now it's all down to Tiltek to make a play because he might be stuck in a very deadly crossfire.
Hunter removed, unfortunately, and Element's making his way all the way over to stock Tiltek. That's the angle you're looking for. Drex taken out of this equation towards Banana, and Pluto finding Spruce as well. That spells doom for Dynasty right now. Tiltek answering back as Elements falls, and all of a sudden, oh, it's a 1 versus 3. Make that a 1 versus 2. Is Leb able to find the kill onto Seppi? This is doable territory, and as the plant starts to go down, Pluto needs some coverage, the impact to open things up. He's been spotted, he's been tagged as well. This is excellent stuff from Leb. Unfortunately, crossing the janitor's closet, he gets tagged up a little bit. Does he know Pluto's coming? No. Not a chance to react, and Kraken, you could see the positioning. They were looking to dual swing that. I don't think Leb had a chance.
Yeah, not a whole lot. Even if Pluto would have went down, Tiltek was already there, ready to swing. And yeah, look, I gotta say, well done from Kraken, albeit a little bit, scarce at the beginning. But overall, very solid push. Good beginning to the attack. May need to, touch up on a few things, but it was ultimately a couple of mispositions and mistimings from Dynasty players to really allow, say, players like Shoots to go down early in the elevators, and then for Leb to have that late swing that just missing out the cross from Tiltek pretty much kind of sealed the deal. Because if Tiltek would have gone down there, that would have been a relatively easy 1v1 that really for Leb should have been relatively easy to contest as well. But alas, it is what it is. Round 2 now takes us to the lockers and CCTV, which is one of those more so kind of I suppose turtle-like setups. Nothing really too big or too controversial to come out from Dynasty on the side of though Kraken. I am liking the idea of bringing out the OSA on top of the rest of the lineup.
I mean, we've seen how scary the OSA can be in the last couple of weeks of play. I mean, how many times have we seen it used like it was a Monty, like it was a Blitz, just walking through with that deployable shield out and players behind them. And Hunter, I mean, this fits almost perfectly into what we've seen from him in the past.
Absolutely. The one thing that does bug me a little bit is that we have, well, Seppi technically could be the big solution to what I'm about to ask, but essentially, are they looking to just flat out send it through the server stairs and then take control of the servers and then go push to the CCTV? Or is the idea to try to also play for vertical? Because, well, with Seppi's secondary hard breach devices, that's technically 2 hatches that you can open up. And then I'm assuming Pluto's utility is going to be dedicated to the actual side opening. So 2 players that you have to keep alive for quite a long while is already a little bit of a difficult one, because you essentially telling them to not really stretch out too far. So for Kraken, this means that they might end up looking at something a little bit more thorough of a play, which could dial down their usual kind of flexible aggressiveness that we so come to accustomed to see.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what we're looking to expect. Seppi is going to be assisting and opening those hatches, provide some longevity, I suppose, to Pluto, who wants to use those extra thermics in towards the site itself. And I mean, just look at the coverage that we're already getting from Kraken. There's absolutely no roam upstairs from Dynasty. They haven't tried to meet Kraken on their own terms. And now Kraken, they have some very, very key positions. In fact, look at this. They've got an angle. Unfortunately, it's not the angle you'd like if you were Kraken. Seppi falls, and that skeleton key no longer going to be assisting opening some of these walls.
Look, I mean, bare minimum kind of thing has been already achieved, so it's all good, it's all fine. Now the main question is going to be, how will they really bait out the C4 that is still in the hands of Drex? There's still one more impact grenade as well in the hands of Leb, so they could get rid of the actual, well, shields and all the setups, but so much utility dump has been done, and, well, the only price that was paid is literally just half of HP of Hunter.
Yeah, impact used to clear the shield. Nitro Cell followed up, but Elements with a hell of a nade onto Leb takes him down. Zethy in a bit of trouble as well. Hunter, he's just going to tuck himself into the corner. The toxic canister, is it going to reach? Yes, it is. It's enough to deter him for the moment, but the jump in, Zethy's been baited. Elements finds himself as second of the round, and it's all starting to come apart. Unfortunately, Dynasty falling to the mind games, but Drex,
Tilt.
That is huge. Playing mind games of his own, and Tilt finds the angle. What could have been a hero play, quickly shut down, and the Toxic Canister, the last but Spruce right now is committed. It's going to deny for the moment, but there is time to play with shoots being low. Tiltek has a hell of an angle, and that's going to shut down one of the two remainers. Spruce in, can't do anything. Tiltek is a beam cannon.
Oh, Tiltek, absolutely just gunning for everyone. Look at this precision as well from him. But yeah, look, from Dynasty, a solid effort overall, but I think they got a little bit overzealous with the sheer utility dump, because that was in the matter of just a singular second, both the impact grenade plus the C4 already drained, and on top of that all, they dumped on one of the smoke grenades, which felt a little bit almost unnecessary, really, but difficult for them probably to also, get a proper reading on all of that, and it's much easier for us to criticize the teams. But regardless of that, maybe a little bit more of a spacing of the utility could have done a much better job there for Dynasty. Apart from that, it was still a pretty decent hold. They managed to get rid of that initial aggression that Seppi was looking to put up, but just the rest of the setup from Kraken Esports Club has been just a little bit more deadly. So for Dynasty, nothing too worrying just yet, albeit defense, one would probably want to see a little bit more of the points to be gained in the beginning of the matchup, but alas, still 4 points to be possibly gained by Dynasty, so nothing too catastrophic just yet.
But I mean, that's the thing though, Cthulhu. If you're Dynasty, you don't want this getting anywhere remotely close to overtime, because even at the moment, a regulation time win puts Dynasty squarely in first place off the head-to-head. It would put both teams 3-1. An overtime victory still puts Dynasty 1 point. Actually, no, it would be 2 points because Kraken would get one of their own behind Kraken at the moment. So this is literally an all or nothing moment for Dynasty. If they lose this, Kraken are nigh untouchable for the remainder of the stage.
Although that is also assuming that Kraken continues their kind of performance as it was up until now. So
If the boot fits.
Yeah, if the boot fits. But still, regardless, yeah, you do make a good point here. Certainly a few opportunities are there. Drex, though, does open up a really good opportunity for him. Seppi out of the equation very early, albeit I gotta commend. Kraken has been just clinical on those trades. It's been just so clean to watch them do that.
But the thing is, that was Seppi. No secondary hard breach gadgets for the remainder of the round, which means all the hatches are either Pluto's job or they completely forsake them and look to go a different avenue, which is a dangerous prospect. That could definitely put this in a doable situation for Dynasty. Kraken, yes, they've been able to play off their frags. They've been able to take their one-on-ones, their two-on-twos, and been able to win them out. That is an incredibly favorable trade for Dynasty, though.
Absolutely. Well, it seems already Pluto's utility has been started to get used to try to make a play. Unfortunately, a little bit of a premature C4 from Leb as well will ensure that only Zethy has the C4 ready to go. Actually pre-ripped and ready to be thrown out, but unfortunately won't really get to use, as the poor man is now unfortunately stuck at the server rack. So Dynasty will be trying to make all their efforts to just play for the server stairs rather than even letting them get remotely close. So the moment that take is successful, if it's successful for Kraken in the next less than a minute, well, it could be pretty much an avalanche of problems.
Toxic Canister's being committed. Blue stairs and Leb to find the kill onto Elements makes this very doable, but Hunter swinging in and finding Leb on those server stacks means that all of a sudden Spruce is in a dangerous spot and he's been caught for it. 3 versus 2, and the favor is there for Kraken. They need to make something happen with Hunter. With that deployable shield, Zethy waiting with the Nitro Cell to try and throw something up means that the only gun active for Dynasty is Shoots currently, and he's watching the same angle that Zethy is. Nitro's tossed deep. It's going to get Hunter down, but not killed. He's recoverable to swing. Zethy does get the kill finally, but he put himself in a dangerous spot to do it. He's going to lose his life to Tiltek, who's not missing those shots ever. Given the opportunity, he's going to make it happen. Shoots. He's got to rotate around. He's got to find an angle. The plant there being committed to Pluto on the cover, and Kraken take 3 in a row. Dynasty, 3 rounds, 3 stumbles at that finish line has allowed Kraken the scoreline.
The timing as well, it must be getting rather frustrating because 2 times now already Dynasty player has been cut off on that timing. The moment that plan going down, it is almost clinical now that Kraken players, one planting, one swinging directly. They're not waiting for the aggression to come to them. They're the attackers. They're the ones that get to aggress. They're the ones to get to knock on people's doors. That's exactly what they've been doing so far. Kraken doing a really solid job, albeit Dynasty also almost managed to make it work. I mean, that defense of the server stairs and server racks has been almost perfect, minus the unfortunate loss of 2 players that tried to escape the server room. But truly by this point, they would have known that it's, well, borderline impossible to escape it, and maybe some sort of a softball rotation would have needed to be done.
That is an incredibly heavy investment into this elevator position. The deployable shield, full ADS coverage. I'm just a little skeptical that this is the right call for Dynasty. Yes, they're down 3-0, but how many times have we seen a half go 3-3 after a start like this, especially in the OCL?
One will have to wait and see, Panda, it seems, because yeah, I'm with you on this one. That's a little bit of a, almost feels like an overkill. All 3 of the ADS is dedicated to that one position where they could quite honestly be dedicated to a couple different positions. Even by the vending machine, at least one could be able to prolong Leb's position for quite a long while, but obviously that doesn't look like that's gonna happen anytime soon. Spruce's position could have been reinforced with the ADS as well, so you know, Zethi must have had a completely different idea behind that, but seems for the time being, well, Tiltek is already out there. He's open.
Collaboratively, Tiltek and Pluto are 12-0 right now, which is a pretty terrifying prospect at the best times, but Tiltek manning 8 of those kills. Drex down, like you just said.
Have located a bomb.
And it seems we are finding ourselves in this spiral. A rough start, yes, but has quickly turned into a catastrophic half so far. Kraken are poised to run away with this and take that promo spot at the end of the stage.
Absolutely. Like Kraken. Well, Tiltek on the interviews did mention that they're not really fussed about anyone. It seems like that was all coming to fruition because so far not a whole lot of teams were able to take them anywhere close, albeit, well, this is only, what, 4th round, so maybe some sort of reverse sweep could come to fruition, but in the way how Pluto just absolutely stomped on Spruce, that could be rather dangerous. 4v2, once again, still half a round to go, so Schutz and Zethi are the last players remaining. Schutz is still yet to get on board, and, well, Zethi has been having a little bit of a bumpy road.
They finally take down Tiltek, but it's a small consolation, and around that could quickly spiral even worse out of their control. They do drop another Elements to fall, but Shoot's caught on the reload, the pot flash as well. Shoot somehow in that spray of shots from Pluto. Shoots is taken down. I did not quite understand how that connected in a way to take him out of the equation. But now Pluto on the plant, the coverage from the rappel as well as deep over towards the balcony, and Hunter, of course, shuts it down. I mean, Cthulhu, at this point, what do you do? Tech pause, it'd be a small start, I think, in the comeback train.
Tech pause is very much necessary here for Dynasty to figure out what is happening in their camp, because we looked at at some of the games like on Skyscraper, yes, whilst it did end up being quite close, it still looked rather decisive on the rounds that they were winning. But you actually did make a really good point at the beginning of the match that a lot of their rounds did go in their hands when it was the other team that is making mistakes. So, with the way how so far Bank been unraveling, I'm somewhat inclined to actually possibly start imagining, well, a cheeky 7-1 maybe? 7-2? Because with the way how Dynasty been progressing, with every round,
it's in line with Kraken so far.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
This would be their 7x. They've had 3-7-2 so far. This would be a. Look, honestly, why not go one better? Go 7-1, 7-0.
Look, I mean, after the
Cthulhu.
sheer beef on Twitter, well, might as well.
Look, a bit of smack all around. But I mean, that's not even the craziest thing right now. So last stage, 2 players from Kraken set the KD record, that being a 7.0 KD by the end of the map. One was Tiltek sitting at 14-2. The other was Luna, who was sitting 7-1. Tiltek is currently 8.0 in his KD, and Pluto's only 2 kills behind at a 6. So the numbers are looking kind of scary. And with Tiltec already up through dirt, he's already in server unscouted. They have a Valkyrie. Hopefully someone spotted this, but they're just gonna bum rush the site. They're about to be in. What is going on? Spruce is dead. They've just come in, cut him off at the knees, and all of a sudden the site is about to be theirs.
Oh lordy. Dynasty, look, I'm gonna make an official, doctor's conclusion here. Dynasty are looking kind of lost. Although at least some more pre-fires finally do result in the demise of Tiltec, but damage already been dealt, Panda, and with Dynasty, well, they now need to go kind of play on the go. There's still Hunter ready to go. There's still players about to go in for the pushes. Drex, though, can make that change, and he could make the big play, but the plant is already starting to go down. What do you do?
There's 2 Nitros. Where are the Nitros? What is here in terms of denial? Kraken have got the plant off. How is this being allowed? They will drop Seppi. Cool.
Drex.
That's one. Drex on the flank could shut things down. He's going to get some shots off and will find Hunter. It is down to Pluto, who is flawless currently. The Nitro cell's not going to be enough. Finally, Dynasty will get a round off the back of an overextension from Kraken. The audacity and the rush play. But that should not have even gotten remotely close if you were Dynasty. You should be incredibly concerned that just happened.
Well, can't really fully blame Dynasty on that, because they still had quite a fair few roamers. So the fact that, yes, while Kraken were able to bum rush the actual site is absolutely good and sensational, and they were able to get the plan, they didn't really accommodate for the fact that, well, there's going to be quite a fair few people rotating back onto the site, and probably could even come back literally the same place where you just found a frag from. So bit of a misplay on both ends, I'll say that. Definitely a little bit not frustrating, but odd, given that this kind of position was not really even,
but
looked upon.
They have a Valkyrie.
They did.
No
they do have
one,
a Valkyrie,
absolutely
yes.
no one knew. So either no one was checking cams, or if they were checking the wrong cams, because Spruce should not have died. Spruce should never have died, at least uncontested anyway. So Dynasty are unbelievably lucky that they managed to pull that back.
Look, I mean, I think we maybe kind of may have a little bit misplaced a few of the judgments about Dynasty's kind of play. Yes, it was kind of not particularly great, call it that, but I mean, overall, by this point, Kraken did get a little bit too cheeky as well with their, because in a full-blown series, when it's even Steven kind of powers from both teams, I doubt that we are going to be seeing Kraken pull this kind of stuff. This absolute just direct rush, almost borderline on site directly. So there's a few questions that still yet to be answered. So I wouldn't put it past that this could be kind of the start for Dynasty to really make a play. But I mean, it's a little bit too late of making that play, really, given the fact that, well, Kraken already managed to score 4 points in this first half. So the best case scenario for you is a 2-4, and that is on your defense.
Well, here in the final round of the half, Cthulhu 4-2. Not irredeemable, but not ideal. Let's put it that way. And Spruce is going to remain completely fragless in the half. Elements has pushed through Tellers and taken them out of the equation. It's one of the 3 Nitro cells that were in play as well. Not ideal, but it's Drex on this roam as the Frost. Up main stairs could well and truly upset this push, especially if the angles found Hunter, the drone, to carry on through. They're not going to know Drex is here. Never mind. There we go. Now he's known.
Yeah, now he's known, yeah. Look, overall, I have to say that Kraken still need to make sure that they... I like the idea that they're getting very cheeky on some of their plays. It's more so the fact that with that cheekiness, they may end up letting off quite a lot of rounds, really, against their opponents, which could end up resulting in their own demise. I do like, though, the idea that a couple of the soft walls have been left, well, soft, to be able to make those very big impromptu rotations, though the loss of Seppi is rather unfortunate, as it's, what, almost 3rd round in a row?
Not quite. It's been Spruce, the unfortunate victim. But yeah, Sephi being taken down this early, not the ideal situation. The ping's coming through. What a headshot from Zethi. Pluto, unfortunately, that KD is going to be ruined as well. Hip spotted there by Tiltic, but it's too far away for him to connect. Okay. Luckily, they have support element. Swings the breach, finds the frag. And all of a sudden, Tiltic has the prime position to rotate through, find the player, and he does just that. Diffuser picked up. They're going to play the safe game. Rotate back outside, but what was that? The 180 onto Leb. And even Leb knows that was a colossal mistake. Drex left alone to clutch up the 1 versus 3, and the plant will be secured. That is a tilter and a half.
Oh no, Leb had him dead to rights and still ended up dying. That is unfortunate. Just completely. Yeah, look, I mean, a bit of a tilter. I definitely would love to see if there was any sort of a replay on that. I would really hope to see how that actually came to fruition, because that must have been one of the more nuttier plays and more nuttier swings.
Limited time remaining. Players outside in the breach, prone as well through the wall. The shot's connecting, but Drex takes down Tilt. He hasn't got the time, unfortunately, so it should be a free kill for Hunter. Hip fire, no less, as well. And Cthulhu, the 5-1 half in the bag.
Yeah. I don't think we are here for long, unfortunately, on this map. As much as we were quite excited to see it pop up on the map bans and picks. Well, Dynasty, whilst they do look like a team that is gunning for the top 1 position, but it's so far has been unfortunately only the looks and less the performance. As much as I hate to really call it here, it's been rather unfortunate for them.
Well, I mean, we did tout this last week as the biggest hurdle that Kraken were likely to face this stage, and even then, a 5-1 opening half on the attack, no less, for Bank. Now they head over to the defense, which is I mean, look, that's the OCL in a nutshell. That's where majority of teams feel the most comfortable. This could be and Cthulhu. Forget what I was about to say. Tiltek is running the M870.
Hey. There's no need to slander the God gun. The M870 has. I'm
not saying it's a bad gun. All I'm saying is there will be violence this round.
There will be violence. There will be plenty of that. It's more so. Look, with Tiltek, knowing what kind of just odd shenanigans that he's been allowed to get up to, I would be surprised if he won't find any frags, especially with that shotgun, especially on say position like the service stairs.
5 seconds left.
It could be a banger.
Well, Drake's picking up the mantle of the Nook, and Lev, in fact, bagging himself the OSA. We've even got a bit of a trifecta for the veterans of this team. Ying, Nook, OSA as the trio. And you've got Zethi and Shoots playing entry on the Zofia and Ash, respectively. But it is tilting here. Yeah, look, this is well and truly cursed. Unfortunately for Kraken, you've got Dynasty as your opponent. They are a team that have a plethora of experience. They've got so much, maturity and wisdom in their roster. Of course, they're going to approach this smartly and go top down.
Yeah, especially if they droned out and even seen the fact that, well, Jaeger is bringing out the pump shotgun rather than the carbine. Well, could be a completely different outcome as well. Overall, I gotta say, could be an interesting setup, given the fact that Spruce could also dub as that second hard breacher as well. Or actually, pardon me, the main hard breacher, given that he's the only one that can actually go through all those hatches. So this is going to be a very much of a forced push by Dynasty and kind of almost what feels like a last-ditch effort.
I mean, it's more or less what it is going to be, of course. And, well, for now, Dynasty are utilizing that information gathering potential. Unfortunately for them, they have 4 drones remaining, 6 of them off the board very early on into the round as we head to the second half of said round, in fact. I mean, that's risky. You are going to have to win this almost entirely on gunplay alone. Elements is in danger from the car garage, but Drex, unfortunately, not going to find the closer in that kill.
Yeah, Drex could have made that really huge opener, really. He is kind of one of the big masters for Dynasty to be that person, that element of that sudden unpredictability to be able to absolutely thwart any sort of chances. Not too sure about the camera setup, but Drex certainly already spotted out that the yoinked Mozzie drone is there ready to gather some more information. So his position has been well and truly revealed. I say that though, well, revealed and completely negated, thanks and courtesy of both the camera on the side mirror and the yoinked drone. So now that leaves, well, Dynasty with only two opportunities. You either push the servers, which is currently being gatekept by the man himself, or you try to push the main stairs with
God,
a
of course
singular
he's going
person.
to aggress onto the top of the stairs.
I'm tanking.
They're all sitting in the flames as well. My God, he could do some real damage if he swings past the shield. There are kills aplenty, just waiting on the horizon for you till. He's going to stand up for one, but two! No! Spruce finally gets himself on the board, but look how much health he had remaining. That was so dangerously close. Hunted dropped by shoots as the flood onto the site comes. Spruce looking for the plant. The Candela's there, but no! He's been denied by elements. No time remaining. Cthulhu, Kraken are looking to do it in record time.
Elements ran in just as before the Candela actually managed to flash him. That is, again, perfect timing. I think basically the whole summary of this matchup, I feel, is literally just going to end up being the game of timing. Kraken so far had a borderline one of the best games that they could have been presented against what initially felt like their biggest opponents in this season, Panda. And they are about to possibly pull a 7-1. Look, I mean, all I'm gonna say, Dynasty, you challenged Kraken on socials to, you know, talk about the win when they get the win. Well, that's possibly about to happen in the next 3.5 minutes.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's one of those situations which, I mean, we have built up and then encouraged, maybe a little bit more so than we should over the last 8 to 12 months. But it's a case of, if you are going to talk a big game, you sure as hell better be able to back it up.
Absolutely. Gotta walk the walk and talk the talk, and well, certainly Kraken has been rather proficient in that ever since the beginning of Season 3 from back in 2021. Now going into this one, looking to continue that very streak. I have to say again, we've been roasting occasionally a couple of the players from Kraken before. Now it feels like they're back in their own, like in their overall whole element. It doesn't look like, well, yes, okay. Unfortunately for Seppi, things been a little bit rough, but he's still been able to achieve the bare bones necessity from his utility for the majority of the round. So it's not like, yes, in the fragging department, unfortunately, it's not been his forte today, but he's still been able to find those openings, open up certain positions, find those possibilities for Kraken players to pretty much just snowball directly onto the side. Seppi, not for long though. This time, one of the more impactful operators, unfortunately not for long, and I have to commend on this one, Leb doing a very clean job on the window play.
I mean, once again, we are sort of seeing Leb unleash in a role that he's more comfortable with now that he's able to do so. Look at him, he's leading the team in the frag department right now, 8-5. And I think we are continuing to see this storyline of Dynasty not quite finding their fit in the Oceanic Challenger League in terms of what they should be playing. And this 6-man roster that Spruce is trying to make work right now. Kraken, however, I mean, you got two dichotomies. You got a team like Dynasty who are trying to force the kinks out and make it all work in a single stage, whereas Kraken, they have been building towards this since, you know, the end of Stage 2 last year.
I mean, you could even talk about when they just first kind of came together at the beginning of Stage 2 and trying to find their own kind of strides even back then. But yes, you are correct. The conclusion of Stage 2 signed for almost a brand spanking new roster, and yeah, from there on out, it's been just an absolutely banger of a performance overall. Now, well, Dynasty looking to try to make a breach going for them, but Spruce will unfortunately have to be that one-man utility clearing machine that could be swung really rapidly, but look at the timing, Panda. 4v5 with still only 50 seconds remaining. You have quite a fair few problems because we still yet to see a whole lot of presence on the actual breach. We still yet to see any sort of tangible actual push towards the side. Yes, shoots is in the stock, but you don't have any presence whatsoever yet on the spiral. No presence on the banana. Drex is still by the ATMs and only now finally getting a move on. And Leb is in a bit of a... well, he could be actually the one to possibly find that opener, but, well, not for long.
Unfortunately, there's also the matter of the two Nitro cells below. Drex will find the trade back onto Hunter. And as soon as this plant starts to go down, they have information. Tiltec for one, but all of a sudden it's a flurry of Dynasty kills. Zeth, looking to make it happen. Elements will find the kill on the Drex with the Nitro, but at the same time, it is not the target he's looking for. The ping's coming out. Does he get the deny?
Oh, no
He's got 2 seconds to play with. Hey, what? How has Elements done this?
What? That is absolutely insane. How that absolute overheist has been performed by Kraken, and oh my absolute goodness, what an absolutely banger of a performance, and the clear communication and the timing once again.
Just the clear dichotomy of our excitement to Kraken. Just it's another day at the job, isn't it, boys? We just, look, this is what you should expect from now on. Why are you surprised that this is happening? But a 7-1 victory. Kraken have all but locked themselves in for that promotion spot at the end of the stage.
Oh my lord. I mean, yeah, bar some very unexpected hiccups, yeah, basically Kraken are just about to be in for that first place spot to go into the promotion tournament as well against whoever does end up placing at the bottom of the leaderboard in OCN. And look, yeah, I do have to say I'm a little bit shocked with the results that came out of this, given that we've been hyping this up as the match of the stage, but yet it was one of the quicker ones.
One of the quickest as well. I mean, look, there is a discussion that you and I and the vast majority of the ANZ community has been having since the beginning of Stage 3, since Kraken's rise to prominence in that competition. What sort of landscape would it have been if they had made it into that promotions tournament? Would we be looking at them in the OCN currently? Well, at this stage, we're not far off that vision coming to fruition at the end of Stage 1 here in 2022. But, I mean, is there anyone actually capable of stopping them? Not just here in the OCL, but in the OCN, do you reckon?
OCN, yeah, look, I think OCN is where Kraken will finally find themselves a proper challenge, and this is where I think they will start to get shaped up into an even bigger powerhouse of a team. But overall, at the moment, yeah, I think they're basically the giants of the whole of OCL.
Speaking of giants, speaking of powerhouses, look, he may not be the tallest bloke, but he's a giant in the server. Tiltec coming in for a bit of a chat from the Kraken camp. Look, mate, that was a statement and a half you guys made. We thought this was going to be a bit more of a challenge. Did you guys expect it to be as easy as it was?
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
All right. Look, I don't even know where to start. Honestly, was kind of going to bank actually. Was that the plan for you guys, given that it was the choice of border and bank, or was it just more so kind of choice of comfort ground?
To be honest, we wanted to play Skyscraper, but then someone accidentally banned it. I can't remember.
Yeah,
who.
you guys banned it like your first map ban.
Oh yeah, well yeah. Originally that was the plan, and then we just really wanted to troll this game.
Finger slip.
But yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Oh, look, Tilt, you're always a character when we have you on for an interview. But at this stage, you are clear in first place. You are unchallengeable until I think we head to the last week of play. At the moment, it looks like you have one of two options to play in that promotions tournament, being either Vertex or, well, more likely than not, Onami. Of the two, which would be the team that you'd prefer to face off against?
I'll probably say... I can't remember who's on those rosters. But I'm just going to say Onami. That's...
Yeah.
X-Rufflecopter is Vertex. X-Rhythm is Onami. There you go. Still does.
Yeah.
Okay, obviously doesn't change anything. Okay, cool.
Yeah, it doesn't really change anything.
We might have to organise a watch party so Tiltec can know what he's up against. But Tilt, look, you come in week after week, you put up the numbers, you put up the results. Before we let you head off, though, is there anyone you want to shout out?
Yeah, shout out to the team. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to ESL. Well, shout out to the friends and family that are watching from home or wherever they are. Yeah, just have a good one, guys. That's all I can really say.
It's like you didn't even wake up from your nap. You just said, yeah, we've got a game. I could probably sleep through this. Look, Tell, it's always a pleasure having you in the interview booth. We'll let you head off and celebrate with the team. My word, what a result, what a character, what a team, Cthulhu. Untouchable now in the close of week 4 and, well, likely till the end of the stage. But I mean, a walk in the park is harder than what we just saw.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, I am a little bit confused as to what was happening in the Dynasty camp, given that they did look like a team that could gun for that OCN spot, but now that they kind of, with that loss comes the kind of the complete lockout of the first place. So now it's more so just, I suppose, the battle for maybe even the seeding for the next stage, really, because with all things happening, well, a few stern talks I would be quite sure will be had within the Dynasty camp. But apart from that, look, we still get plenty of other contenders as well to look after and see who will be able to really break out of their curses.
Look, curses galore here in the Oceanic Challenge League, but when we come back after the break, 1620 Kings take on Circular Spheres. It might be a case of playing spoiler in the coming weeks, of course, but when we come back to it, we'll look to kick off match 2. We'll see you then.
Take one more step closer. Cut the brakes. Let the night take over. Take a dive. Right the way. Take one more step closer. I've been waiting for you to come through. All of your promises to be true. It's heartbreaking, and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide. Learn to live with your delight. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide. Learn to live with your delight. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. You can run and you can hide. Learn to live with your delight. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase.
Well, it was a quick one to kick the evening off. Maybe we have to go a bit deeper in this one, Cthulhu, to, well, keep to schedule, because we might be done quick and easy tonight, depending on those final results. 3 matches to go, and our next one on the card, 1620 Kings taking on the Circular Spheres. Now, look, there is still a possibility Circular Spheres can make that promotions tournament, but it depends on how tonight goes. 1620 Kings could play spoiler.
Absolutely, yeah. It's up to K16 to finally make their way to the upper parts of the leaderboard, and given that they have been the ones to try to look for those openers to find their strides, they're the ones that have been experimenting. It is their time to really make those plays. On the side of Circular Spheres, though, look, the team so far sitting at the 3rd place currently. They certainly are looking to keep at least contesting that top 3, if not top 2 positions. And look, possibly all is a possibility, but certainly eyes are out there on K16 to play that upset.
Yeah, there's a lot that could go into it, but I mean, this is a matchup that could, you know, shape the top 4, top 5 going into the close of the stage 2. Rosters that are unfortunately going through a bit of a struggle at the moment, but Circular Spheres have had a rather solid start to the stage and would obviously be the team that is just that little bit more favored. And I mean, going into tonight, 1620 Kings, I mean, are there too many expectations on their shoulders?
A fair few, albeit more so just how well can they perform by the conclusion of the day. Obviously, one would love to see some sort of a progress from them, given the fact that, they're sitting on 3 points at the moment only. Whereas their opponents, Circular Spheres, yeah, like you alluded to, 1 regular rounds win, 1 OT win, and 1 full-on loss. So, not the best, not the worst kind of positioning, but certainly does put them to be, at least statistically, the favorites in this matchup.
You can see on your screen the Circular Spheres at the moment. I mean, coming into the matchup, it's a team with talent on board. You can see Geordie on your screen now. Stage 1 last year was playing under the Exto banner. It was an integral part of that roster that would then become Odium at the beginning of this year, having joined that org from Ludovica. Ornami, he's back in it. Also another member of the 1620 Kings alongside Japer for the Circular Spheres. He hasn't played the last couple of weeks, but he's coming back into it. He had a great kickoff of the stage. But do you reckon that break potentially could impact his play tonight?
Look, we'll have to see if the break will actually really help or if that will really hinder him. But look, I mean, Onami, out of all the players, I might have to say, after the sheer amount of hype up that he's done himself coming into Stage 3 last year, very much of an upsetting performance here. Fingers crossed that the man actually will be able to walk the walk and talk the talk, given that he will need to be the one to actually perform here overall.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot coming into this matchup. There's a lot of people that have performed, you know, the first couple of weeks of the stage and have sort of slipped off last week. Now coming into this week, it's a question of whether or not they're going to show up. Honestly, I mean, look, this is a matchup. This should be a very, very close matchup as well. I'm expecting this one to go a little bit deeper than our first, of course, Cthulhu. But, I mean, is there anyone that stands out to you that could put the team on the shoulders and do the hard yards?
On the side of Circular Spheres, I think we could certainly see Grimstar really try to push the team as far as he can. Him, maybe Goofed, possibly Japer from the side of Circular Spheres. On the side of K16, certainly Machine. I'm definitely looking at Testa, maybe Chef Jeff, especially on the attack. Chef Jeff on somebody like Zafia has been an absolute menace, so wouldn't put it past that he could really be performing similar kind of acts of feat or acts of, well, almost violence against the other team rather frequently during this matchup. But overall, this could be a fairly close game, but also Circular Spheres, if they are feeling in their kind of in their game and feeling confident in their performance, I certainly wouldn't put it past that we could be seeing yet another rather quick conclusion, albeit probably in a little bit more closer scoreline, something across the lines of a 7-3, 7-4.
Well, I mean, the side of kicks, you know, K16, nothing to lose here, and well, for Circular Spheres, it's everything to prove. Going into our map videos, of course, we will get a better indicator of just how things could play out. We've already had one new map in Bank tonight, and well, we are going to be the first of the 2 ANZ leagues to see a border played.
I'm honestly quite excited because it's been a while since I got to cast border, and it's honestly after all the changes, and we did get to see it played a little bit in Southeast Asia as well during the Op League qualifiers. A lot of possibilities are still here for ANZ because this still feels like a little bit of an uncharted territory.
I mean, look, the Oceanic Challenger League is a bit of a testing grounds. This is where you come, you start your pro career, you then pick up all the tools you need to play in the Oceanic Nationals and beyond. So, look, it makes sense that we're going to get Border first, of course. And, I mean, this is a map that, I mean, we've seen a decent amount of it, especially if you play a lot of ranked and play a lot of casual. It's seen a lot of play, but it's been what? I think this is... Well, actually, we were talking about it. This was the first map taken out of the competitive pool when I started casting Siege over 2 years ago. So it has been a while since we've seen it at a competitive level. So you've got to wonder just how much prep has gone into this new season with this map.
I would imagine that once the actual even talks about the 9-map pool have been even started, quite a fair few teams would have begun their preparations in on those maps, given that all of those 3 new additions have been in the game for quite a while. So wouldn't put it past that we could be seeing a very organized game, or we could be seeing in the kind of similar way how it was when Dynasty took one of the OCL teams to Skyscraper, where it felt like it was just the kind of one team that came in quite prepared versus a team that tried to use the, well, almost what felt like ranked strats. So similar thing could really happen here for on Border, especially I would say a little bit of a spanner in the works could be thrown towards the K16, given that they would probably still prefer to go onto maps like Chalet, maps like Clubhouse, maybe Oregon, to go into a little bit less of that kind of uncharted territory, more back into their comfort zone, whereas on the side of Circular Spheres, they seem like a team that could be relatively proficient with the ways how it could be played on some of the more off-meta picks. But I mean, I say that Chalet for Circular Spheres has been absolutely atrocious. Albeit Chalet against Warriors, look, worked out rather well. So maybe it's a bit of a kind of a 50-50 coin toss with both teams kind of not really particularly too keen on going on those off-meta maps.
I mean, look, the overall changes to Border aren't, I mean, hugely significant. It doesn't completely change the way you play the map. But it does obviously allow a little more fluidity for the defending side. You have a little bit more to work with. Even the attack, it does give you some added benefits as well. So going into this matchup, it is going to be a very, very interesting test of what these teams are capable of, especially, you know, leading into the Oceanic Challenger Series coming at the end of this stage where, you know, all 16 teams between OCN and OCL will be playing off against each other. You need to be picking up maps like this because maps that are less, you know, meta, less in the mainstream are those ones you want to be picking to try and upset your opponents.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, we've kind of had that whole talk about some of the newer maps being, you know, the maps where the good teams go down. And so, yeah, absolutely. Especially for teams like Kraken and for teams like maybe even Dynasty and later down the line and Circular Spheres, having that proficiency in some of the newer maps is absolutely going to be crucial, especially when facing some of the higher end teams, especially if, once we start talking about the OCS as well, since it's slowly but surely creeping up on us as well by the conclusion of the season 1 for both OCN and OCL. So a few good questions are yet to be answered, and I think at least some of them could be answered tonight.
Most definitely. And I mean, obviously, there is still that very real possibility that Kraken do not take first place by the end stage. It is going to require Circular Spheres to just not drop a single point throughout the close of stage 1. Of course, they've got this plus another 3 weeks where they can look to do that. Kraken would also have to then lose the rest of the matches this stage. But, I mean, look, we've seen stranger things in ANZ Rainbow Six Siege. The crazy and weird and wonderful often tend to come about. But, I mean, Border, what, for you, Cthulhu at least, is the sticking point? What needs to be nailed down for both these teams to pick up the win here?
Honestly, momentum play is going to be big. Border does enforce quite a lot of those very quick takes of relatively big chunks of the map. Mainly, the ground floor control could be big, as well as that, say, if... I'm certain about this, we are going to be seeing both the bathroom and tellers plus the lockers and armory, or office and archives. Not office archives, armory archives. There we go. Finally got there. Those two sites will be essentially crucial for the defense to absolutely nail it, because otherwise it's back into the area where you could be isolated into very, very small corners where you could be absolutely gunned from multiple positions. And generally speaking, vertical game on Border is still a very crucial point to keep note of. So going into this, I think on the side of attack, they need to make sure that they essentially just nail their coordination when it comes down to hard breaching and drone work. On the side of defense, just contest each and every point before the attack actually makes it onto the side, because once they make it onto the side, it's extremely difficult to find a safe spot for a prolonged continuous gunfight.
And obviously, there's a lot that could go into the shaping of this map with operators and ban phase and everything. I mean, you and I, we you know, in the Operations League, we've seen OSA quite a heavy priority on this map. Flores as well, something that could be highly impactful. I mean, are you expecting that to be the standard in terms of the op ban phase? Are we going to see any real deviation from what is considered meta?
Look, I mean, between the two teams, I would be still thinking a very much by the book kind of ban phase to really come out. Thatcher would be extremely powerful on this map, as he was back in the early days when Border was still part of the original Border, was part of the competitive map pool. Flores here could do a lot of work, but again, with the sheer amount of just those door choke points, Mute and Mozzie could be a very easy solution against that. So in regards to bans, I'm assuming something across the lines of maybe Thatcher, maybe Jackal to be banned out, given the fact that Jackal could be extremely powerful with just wedging out some of those anchor positions. On the side of defense, yeah, so something across the lines of a Valkyrie and Mira ban wouldn't be surprised, given, again, they could be rather strong. Maybe something like a Wamai ban could be on the board. Maybe even a Mozzie to try to hinder the information denial. But again, this would imply that the team that is starting on the attack would, once they switch over to the defensive side, would know as well how to play without those operators. And generally speaking, Mozzie and Mute have been rather core and crucial to the defensive lineups nowadays.
Now, unfortunately, we are just waiting on some minor technical issues. One player is having trouble getting into the server. It is what it is. You got to make do with what you can. But I mean, look, we've seen 2 of 3 Cthulhu. We've seen Skyscraper. We're now going to be seeing Border with 2 maps in the Playday. Do you reckon we get Theme Park, or do we have to wait for another week for that to come in?
I think Theme Park would be a little bit too good for us to finally come to witness in the same day. So I'm inclined to say that it is going to be one more week to wait. But honestly, Theme Park, I'm surprised that it hasn't been yet picked, given that it has been one of the more recent re-additions, I suppose, back into the competitive pool, and it hasn't been too long since it has been removed. So I would still imagine that quite a fair few strats from a fair few seasons ago would still be rather viable, but now with just a little bit more of that extra emphasis with some of the newer operators that has been introduced, including OSA as well, could really change the playfield. But overall, yeah, I will say with the way and with the kind of pace that we've been going, I'm rather surprised that we yet to see a Theme Park, and we ended up getting a Border and a Skyscraper much earlier than that. So maybe it's more so just down to the matchups. Maybe it's just down to teams finally nailing what they end up wanting from their rosters, because I mean, that's been the big talking point even with K16. They seem to have, well, the roster assembled. Now they're just trying to find the right person for the right role, and well, it's been a bit of a variable kind of success for them. Let's just call it that.
I mean, the crazy thing is, Cthulhu, if you think about it, come relegations, we could see the original K16 roster from Stage 3 last year reunited. Maybe not in the most positive way, but reunited nonetheless. Archie obviously playing on an army. If he gets relegated, that the full 5-man team would be back in Oceanic Challenger League. Yeah. So, look, it's going to be an interesting one, to say the least.
Worth mentioning as well, actually, Panda, we didn't even touch up on the idea that this is a bit of a old teammates matchup. Japa versus Chef as well, given that Japa was part of...
and Ornami versus Chef.
Yeah, that is true, yes, indeed. And so, yeah, so it's old teammates versus each other from back off Stage 3, which is quite funny. So, look, maybe a fair bit of some of the strat knowledge could even be coming in, and just some general playstyle knowledge from both sides of the camp. So wouldn't put it past that maybe some counterplay just specifically onto those specific players could be even organized, given that, well, on the side of K16, it's been kind of the newly freshly introduced machine that has been doing a lot of background work for the frags. So
look, I mean, 80% of that second place roster from 2021 going to be in the server. I mean, look, there's a lot that could go into it. Obviously, 1620 Kings still trying to figure out their roles in the team and what they should be playing. Whereas, I mean, Circular Spheres, for the most part, seem to have that down pat. It's just those in the moment, in the round situations where, look, the one I'm thinking of, I think you're thinking of as well, the double nade onto a teammates is not ideal. But, I mean, realistically, if Circular Spheres could avoid those mistakes and patch up those errors that they're making, is there a possibility they could be a team that contends OCN?
Look, a lot of things will need to be really tied up, and a lot of performance bits will need to really be tied up. But overall, look, I genuinely think that Circular Spheres could really make it work.
Who cares? It's map time. We're finally there, Cthulhu. We have vamped. We have stalled for long enough. It's time for Border, one of the 3 new maps in the pool. Let's get into the op ban phase. Let's see who will be taken to the field and who won't be taken to the field. And yeah, okay, so it looks like it was the man himself, Chef Jeff, trying to get into the lobby. His net died. And yeah, look, shout out to Chef Jeff's ISP. Not the MVP, but still here nonetheless.
Still providing after a bit of a kerfuffle.
Providing is a loose word.
Yeah, look, we even quite loosely said that the Dynasty and Kraken could be a match of the stage, yet here we are with a 7-1 and Dynasty kind of being put to shame. But to go back to this very matchup, I'm a little bit curious about this ban. 1620 Kings banning out the Iana, understandably so, given that her overall loadout is very flexible and does provide quite a fair bit of firepower, plus the frag grenades, plus the Golden 6, plus her natural utility being basically infinite drones, or with just a recharge delay. I suppose it does make sense with her out of the equation, albeit not something that I would generally say that it needs counterplay, but I'm assuming that's more so kind of a counterpick against somebody like Crimstar.
Yeah, I mean, he's had a couple of matches for the Circular Spheres where he's been highly impactful, playing that deep roam game, playing flank, and really, really upsetting. And we do finally get the Mirror and the Valkyrie bans through.
Actually,
but Cthulhu, I mean, look at what it leaves up and available.
Quite a lot of possibilities, actually. Yeah, Flores could really still be on the board, could really shut things down. Mostly the Twitch is still there, Mute Mozzie combo is still there, so yeah, plenty of opportunities. But I was just about to actually make a point. It just hit me. Look, 1620 Kings and Chef Jeff and Co are just being very wholesome, very caring gamers. They're preventing Circular Spheres from doing the oopsie that they've done against Dynasty, because it was the Iana's frag grenade that was on the windows that ended up doing that double kill TK. So it's just them looking out for the homies, you know, making sure that none of those oopsies will be done, at least with this operator. So if they say bring somebody like a Finka or a Sledge, maybe that will happen. But again, you know,
I do have some bad news, Cthulhu. Goofed is in fact playing Finka, who also has frag grenades. So look, maybe a linear move on the whole for the team. But right now,
the pool of possibilities.
we are not seeing the Osa or the Flores come into play at the moment. In fact, Japer going from the Buck onto the Sledge, even, that's an interesting prospect, especially given there is going to be in play. Yes, you can get around it with the Thermite, but oh boy, rehost already called. 2 for 2, Cthulhu. We're going back to the rehost. Unfortunately, we've had the game crash. Yeah, Geordie is out of there. Oh dear, look. You can tell this is an ANZ tournament because this is just what happens in ANZ.
Yeah, look, I mean, can't really blame it. Unfortunately, just certain kings yet to be ironed out here on the side of the game. But look, this gives us even more time now that we got a little bit more of a kind of a context as to what was really picked by the defense. Curious to see how all that double Spaniard lineup as well will really work out, because the castle on top of that, plus the Jaeger, plus the Mute, looks
Spaniard. I think you mean Italian. Mira was banned.
Yeah, Spaniard, Italian, look, close enough. It's still all in Europe.
It hops, skip, and a jump.
Yeah, almost there. But regardless, yeah, double Italian duo, the Italian duo. Let's just call it that. Yeah, brain cooker after the first matchup. Freaking yeah.
Okay.
Thank you,
Cthulhu,
Onami.
OCL has worked on a premises. If you talk smack, chances are you're going to be in trouble. Does and unfortunately, the man who was the most notorious for it has. Well, I say unfortunately. Fortunately, he's no longer in the OCL. He's promoted to the OCN with the Odium Esports. Do we see that curse passed on tonight? Do you reckon?
Look, possible. We'll have to wait for the actual matchup to start sometime soon. But yeah, I gotta say, well, Onami at least, if not in the lobby, at least he's been putting out the bangers on whilst being on camera. So maybe some acting in comedy will be his forte if things in esports won't really work out. But overall, look, I'm keen to see, because Maestro does feel a little bit kind of in that very weird spot where on paper he could be a pretty strong operator, but in the way how current meta plays, having a 3 armor 1 speed operator doesn't really help you a whole lot, because mobility is key. You look at majority of those of the operators that we've been seeing picked on defense, 2 speeds or 3 speeds. Because with being extra chunky, no matter what kind of how good of a kit you have, it's not gonna save you at all. And I mean that same kind of argument been done for operators like Fuse as well. He's got a absolutely phenomenal loadout. I mean, the cluster charges, 4 cluster charges that go through the reinforced walls, 2 secondary hard breach devices, plus a choice of either AK-12 or an LMG. And in the current meta, the LMG would be absolutely phenomenal to play around with. So the only thing is that really hinders him is that lack of speed and mobility. As it stands, a little bit of an anchor plate from Circular Spheres certainly poises us to look at some interesting possibilities, plus a little bit of a cheeky roam between the Jaeger and the Alibi, promising to keep the attack of K16 on their toes.
I mean, at one point, Cthulhu, do you have to wonder if this is ESL stress testing their casters, making sure that they can talk for as long as they possibly need to, should things go wrong? I think we're just being tested here tonight. But we do get back into round 1. Finally, things are going the way they should be. Hopefully we don't have any more tech issues along the way. But round 1, going to Armory and Archives. I mean, this was the quintessential site when Border was last in comp play. This is the go-to. This is everyone's primary, more or less. I mean, is there any... I mean, other than obviously this portion of the map where we just saw Castle for Lonely there, is there any significant difference that could make this harder to approach?
The expansion of the archives as well did seem to allow quite a fair bit of room for the defenders to really utilize, as well as that much more teams now started to obviously reinforce the position that we just see in Tester start reinforcing, and that kind of the whole 90 hallway with the extra introduction of that double door opening does provide for a little bit more of that buffer, I suppose, play. Now, I am quite curious about that decision of, you know, opening half of the soft wall in the lockers area. But apart from that, the expansion into the offices has been becoming a little bit more frequent. So it certainly looks like 1620 Kings are looking to be a little bit more thorough. They have put in the time and the effort into the preparation. Now more so the question comes in, how well can they hold their position?
We are starting to see this meta develop around the defensive side of things. You are going to be holding this, top west stairs, east stairs, sorry, other side of the map. There's too many stairs in this game. But the shield position with the coverage for KJ, they have found the opening kill. That's Onami being taken down. Ironically, almost by his replacement in Machine. Tester as well finding the kill on the Crimstar. And quickly, very quickly into this round, Circular Spheres are starting to stumble.
Yeah, CS are certainly looking to make things, well, they hope to make things right, but 1620 Kings are just absolutely dominating. Machine yet another frag, and so far it gives me a bit of an inkling that we could possibly be looking at the very well-trained map from 1620 Kings, whereas it's Circular Spheres that are looking to fall. Grenade out, well, won't be connecting to anyone as it stands. 5v2, not particularly the best round. First round that you want, albeit at least not the flawless one. Perfect play though from the rest of K16 roster. Really just overall a clean deal.
Well, I mean, look, that's exactly how the meta has developed itself on this site now. That extension, top eastern stairs with the shield, with the ADS coverage, because of that, you know, the extension of that eastern stairs, almost alcove, I suppose you'd call it, on covering that reinforced wall is such a key position. And if you're defending it actively, the attackers will find themselves in a bit of trouble. I mean, Machine, what a round for him to have to kick this map off of Border, taking down, what was it, 3 almost by the end of it?
Mm-hmm.
No, sorry, 2. I think he got a 2, Tester got a 2, and...
Pretty sure Machine got 3. No, 2, okay, yeah, never mind. Yeah,
And KJ got the last one, there you go.
KJ got the final kill. Yeah, look, overall, 1620 Kings certainly looking at least prepared in the first round. Now they just need to repeat this few more times to really, well, finally come to fruition, because, like I mentioned before, their only proper win has been over Antic in the week number 1. From there on, it's been a rather unfortunate set of series: 7-2 against Zelius, 7-2 against Kraken, and basically these, well, technically 4 playdays, including the current one, are the big chances for K16 to really finally get themselves, well, up and running. Albeit they still yet to verse Dynasty, they're still yet to verse LFWO, so a couple of bumpy roads could still be found, but for now, I would imagine they just need to focus on just this one. Focus on match-to-match basis. Don't really care about what's coming in the future. They just need to be right here, right now, and be the ones to perform. I am curious, though, about this pick of the Oryx, though, Panda, because it could provide quite a fair bit of, you know, flexibility. But in the same vein, how impactful would this be here with only a fair few choices of the hatches?
Yeah, but yes, there are only a handful of them, but those hatches are so massively impactful for getting around the map as well. So if you are able to play around them, if Jeff can go be a bit of a nuisance now and then relocate, get himself up one of those hatches later on for the pinch, especially on this bomb site as well, given that you need that priority on the office to be able to take the site. And you can see just right now, Machine playing prone behind the shield, looking through the knee angle, almost finds the kill, but he's just straight sprinted at. Geordie takes him down. You got to respect the attempt, but unfortunately it pays absolutely nothing.
Absolutely stunning play. Well, Goof does get the better of Testa, and all of a sudden, the K16 roster that we've been initially impressed with the first round, well, did not look particularly too hot on their tracks. Get another push. Vertical completely forfeited, which will be extremely problematic. C4 does not connect either. And so now this becomes the very issue that I've been talking about. The vertical play here on Border is crucial, and the moment you give it away, well, that's at least already half, if not 75% of the round now won by the attack.
This drone proving a bit of a nuisance for Lonely in the site itself, and that info is just going to be invaluable. Look at that, Jeff, he's just come back up that same hatch into security. And this is a flank that could absolutely gut Circular Sphere's push if he finds the right position.
Oh.
I want to call it trigger discipline, but I just don't think he had time to react in that situation. He's just going to lurk himself up. Spots the head of Ornami, takes down 2, and that is diffuse control as well. And all of a sudden, we are back even at 3-3.
This could be big, albeit the drop downer is already in there in the bathroom. Lonely is stuck between a rock and a hard place, and KJ wants to drop down, but is afraid of that crossfire. At the moment, it's only one person on the actual side, so this could be big. Another swing, no, does not actually connect. He is completely clueless, now has some knowledge, and Lonely does go down. The push needs to happen.
What a swing from JP. He's going to be shut down himself as Jeff bags a third. This could be problematic. There doesn't seem to be much coverage on the bomb itself. And, well, Geordie outside the window finds the angle as Jeff gets aggressive. He did actually have the angle from outside the position he was in moments ago. Unfortunately, wouldn't have covered it, but repositioning is key. And what a round. Circular Spheres answer back, and they take it quite cleanly in the end.
Yeah, good response by CS. Obviously, they do show that first round was a little bit of a hiccup with them trying to kind of figure out and find their strides. But even then, with Chef Jeff being able to find that triple, poses still a bit of a, alarming question as to, well, how was Oryx not really droned out? Because if that Oryx would have been able to swing for a third onto somebody like a Buck, that would have been an absolutely catastrophic failure by Circular Spheres. But alas, well, none of that really happened. But regardless, still, few questionable moments really happen. And so it seems like even with 1620 Kings, they fully understand that it was on them who failed to defend this position, so they are looking to, you know, do a few readjustments for some of the lineups, maybe play a little bit passively on certain positions, or maybe go for some of the rotations much faster. So one will have to obviously wait and see what is going to be the end result of it all, but certainly curious that we're not seeing, say, the pick for the something like even Vince and Workshop, given that it used to be one of the big side picks, and technically could play in a relatively similar way with the vertical hold.
Like I said, I don't think the map's changed significantly enough that you wouldn't see things played in much the same way. But right now, Jeff, he's on the roam once again. This time he's not going to be holding in security just yet. He's popped the hatch should he need to go for the attempt up there. But it's this drone game that is so deadly for Circular Spheres. They were able to find that position of Machine behind the shield. They swing in almost uncontested. Yes, Machine was looking to be a bit audacious through the ankle angle, but unfortunately, because Geordie was playing so aggressively and so quickly, he was able to deny that shield hold, and Goof is going to meet Tester, who decides to back off, and now both windows were being covered. He's going to retreat all the way to East Main, in fact.
He's a bit of a dance with the death, really, here from Tester, as I'm still a little bit concerned and confused how he managed to avoid it all, but it's so far so good. Still managing to keep himself afloat is certainly a good turnout, with Goof already making his way. This is again a huge oversight by K16. No coverage whatsoever, expecting and waiting, hoping that Tester would have some sort of an angling, but he's being locked down by Crimstar. But angling is there now. The sound. Oh, the swing though, it connects.
The question now is, obviously, did they become aware that that was diffuser controller as well? It would have been a pixel, but Tester for a second has taken Goof out of the equation as well and faded back to the site for now. And Jeff, this position here is going to be absolutely key. If he can get up one of those main hatches, he could upset entirely. But KJ, the next to fall, courtesy of Japer with this buck in hand. Geordie, though, beelining directly towards that teller's window. Jeff as well playing the heavy rotation game, looking to find some sort of flank angle. He unfortunately wasn't able to shut down Japer in that plant position before, but now this long angle could definitely stop it happening a second time.
Well, in saying that, 3v3 is in play. Still 50 seconds to go. Circular Spheres still need to clear out a couple of the positions, including the fact that, well, Tester could still be a rather big problem. Lonely will need to pitch in onto the whole dilemma. There goes the drop again, and, well, unfortunately, the health differential just did not work out at all. Or Nami, look, he, memed about the free win, but so far he's been giving out those free wins, and so does Lonely at the conclusion of it all. Complete fall apart, and, well, Circular Spheres back into the swing of things, which does kind of pose a question, well, was it just literally just them kind of being caught flustered in the first round, or whether it's just them kind of adjusting that quickly on the go?
Look, either way, it is a 2-round lead. Unfortunately, you got to wonder how much the bomb side as well plays into it, just because there are so many ways for attacking teams to get in, especially if they clear that offside presence. But Ornami taking down his former team captain on that long angle that Jeff had repositioned so determinedly to cover. It was truly an unfortunate result, and it was the dominoes as they fell at the end of the round. I mean, Machine, again, second time in a row that position that he was desperately holding in the offices was shut down.
Just to see that we are now back to the primary side of the lockers and archives, given that it was the side that was the victorious one for K16, so they will try to look to make a similar kind of success, albeit slightly different lineup, with now Testa reverting from the Italian maestro now onto a Rooney, looking to maybe play a little bit more of that flexible play, looking to maybe, most definitely reinforce the position of the alibi as well, given that it was the position of KJ that was pressured from 2 different positions. Quite possibly this kind of play could really come to fruition here. As well, worth mentioning as well, Panda, that it was Goof's grenade that didn't really reach the destination. That could have collapsed the shield and enabled the full take of the east stairs, but that never actually came to fruition. The grenade didn't really roll as far as it needed, and well, by the conclusion of it all, it was kind of just unfortunate of a turnout. So far, so good. 16-20 Kings playing a very flexible game overall, and nothing really worth mentioning apart from just a few missed shots here and there.
What do you mean, nothing worth mentioning? 2 MK14s in play, and Tipster and Crimstar's hands with the Dockerby and the Iridium. It's not something you see every day, but you know what else you don't see every day? The fact that this wall is open into the site, and Japer is primed and ready on that opening with a great angle all the way into small office and beyond. But it's a machine that could definitely prove to be a nuisance here if they can find some vert angle. And the reinforcement, somehow they get away with that reinforcement as Japer was on the drone. That could have been the freest kill of his career. Lonely was a sitting duck.
Yeah. Mispositionings seem to be just not really working out for K16. Much as they would have hoped, some more of the experimental positionings on top of it all. The 16-20 Kings kind of expected that they would be able to isolate quite a fair few of the positions with those castle barricades. It only was just a small hindrance and a slowdown. Jordy just phenomenal snap onto Lonely's position. Once again isolated, but thankfully not until Chef Jeff takes him out from the play. And well, it's down to the plant. 4v3 minutes to go, still plenty of time to really go, but the plant is about to go down. No prevention whatsoever, and the trades did come around, but it's still in favor of Circular Spheres with, well, possibility for a 3rd point to be achieved.
Pester stuck main, top main as one army shuts him down, but it's again, you hate to pin one singular thing on a round being lost, but that reinforcement of the small office wall, which they then used to get the plant off on, you got to question if that was entirely necessary, and if they'd left it soft, would they have been able to contest? Because otherwise, I mean, I can understand wanting to survive in that position, but the way it happened did not work out for them at all.
Yeah, I got to commend K16 for trying to run with some more experimental setups, and certainly they have a place to be, but not against Circular Spheres, it seems. It's just it kind of they're trying to introduce that creativity against a team that plays Siege very much almost by the book. So when they see a castle barricade, they obviously decide to, well, take it down rather than try to find a way around it or use the same rotation holes that have been opened up by the defense. And when they obviously see a position with the with the bulletproof shield, well, obviously the utility dump will come. And it feels very trivial to say that, but in the same vein, it's something that K16 should be expecting. And with the way how Circular Sphere has just been bulldozering through majority of the defenses of 16-20 Kings, it feels almost weird that we're not seeing any sort of counterplay. Yes, Lonely is bringing out some of the more random operators, but the gist of all of the picks still seems to be the same from K16, whereas on the side of Circular Spheres, they, generally speaking, bringing out the same operators, but that's because they already nailed that end of their bargain. They already know who's on which role. It's more so now about the positioning, timing, and nailing the coordination.
It's just, it seems that, you know, I mean, last week there was so much that unfortunately Circular Spheres weren't getting away with. Now this week they are. This Goaf just pushes straight into storage, gets himself in a great position. In fact, the entire team, completely unpunished from that workshop door, are able to get in, take control of customs, and find the kill on a KJ on top of it. Where's the resistance? Yes, they are going to try and take pot shots, but that's not at all going to net a round win.
Don't forget as well the fact that, well, the previous matchup, it was for Circular Spheres against let me just triple check.
Dynasty.
It was Dynasty, yes. So theoretically you could say a slightly higher caliber team comparative to K16. So maybe some certain adjustment is there that could be utilized, that could be done. So that is also a possibility. I say that though. Good set of trades overall between the two rosters, 2 for 2, KJ and Chef Jeff on the side of K16, and Ornami and Crimstar on the side of Circular Spheres. Tester certainly doing some work there with the MK14.
JP is on the side, unfortunately doesn't have the fuse. He's going to find Tester instead. It's Geordie upstairs. looking to try and recover that diffuser, and Lonely trying to hold with the help of Machine, the two remaining players with diffuser control. In fact, no, sorry, diffuser's downstairs. It looked like it was up in Armory, but Machine absolutely eats the nade and is executed by Geordie. It's on Lonely now with that big Uzi of his. But what can you do in this situation? JP's recovered the diffuse. He's looking for the plant, and Geordie has just completely vacated the position. He will go down as he jumps the railing, so that's one, bringing it to the 2 versus 1. But unfortunately, it's not the situation or the positioning that you want right now. The reload, just the breath, the deep breath right now before the plunge. Lonely, he's going to drop the hatch. The ping's there. He gets goofed. Brings it to the one-on-one. 27 seconds remaining. He could do it. Does he know? Does he have any information that Japer's on the other side of the wall from him? Baits it out. Goes for the shots.
No
What
way.
a kill. Lonely finally on the board. Gets the 3K, the 1v3 clutch, and the defuse.
Where it mattered the most, finally Lonely has awakened, and he did it with absolute finesse. What a play, my goodness. Jeez. Well, that's a second point for K16. Now, well, ideally they would want to obviously equalize it all up to 3 apiece. But with the way how things been going, it once again, that win for K16 does kind of play off the back of the misplays of their opponents. In a similar vein how it was for Dynasty, this time it was just kind of Circular Spheres players trying to take those gunfights one-on-one. And partially the credit is there also to Lonely for being able to catch all these players off guard, and the communication that was going, because that drop down headshot was kind of filthy, not gonna lie, Panda.
Yeah, look, I mean, look, I'm just absolutely stunned by Lonely. It was fragless up until that point, and then pulls that stunner out of the bag. Not just that, but actively dropping the hatch into Workshop as well, in direct line of sight of one of the players. Impressive stuff, but we will see Armory for the 3rd time here, Cthulhu. Both teams are currently 1 for 1 on this side.
Oh, scary times, because this is the second kind of match that we were highlighting before, saying that this could be the one where, say, K16 could play for an upset, where for Circular Spheres this would be the one to solidify them firmly into that top 3 position. Well, a few outcomes really right on the conclusion of this very matchup, and they played a number 4, and after that it's more so kind of the bottom of the leaderboard derby between Warriors and Warriors, Antic, LFO, and Zelius as well. So it stands. This could be the big decider. Lonely has the angle. Can he nail the shot? He won't. Japer shuts him down, ultimately opening up a large chunk of the site as well, Panda.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, K16 have really struggled on their ones. Jeff, shotgun in hand, and well machined to steal the kill. In from behind, he's looking for Japer as well, but he's just tucked into a corner.
No.
Gives away his positioning, punching open that hole in the wall. Not ideal, and neither is K16, rushing the breach right there. Tester in trouble. He will get the kill onto an army to bring it down to a 2 versus 2, but Japer is deep in the site right now, and Geordie relocating. If Japer gets isolated and taken out, unfortunately can't nail the shots onto KJ there. This is not the ideal situation for Circular Spheres, because 16-20 Kings, if they can play the numbers game, could take this at a 3-3 half.
Now just waiting for Geordie's rotation. Could be big on the play. Understandably so, Tester is not particularly too keen to try to even wide swing the position given the lack of health points. KJ could make a play for the upset, but unfortunately no play at all. Ace indeed, Panda, and Japer is just absolutely going ballistic.
Man single-handedly takes the site as K16 one by one rushes onto him, and well, I believe that is the first ace we've had this stage of the OCL. Am I wrong?
No, I don't think you're wrong at all. Yeah, I believe this is the first ace, unless I'm missing something from Playday number 1. But
you'd think you'd remember, especially in the OCL, as they were few and far between.
Yeah. Regardless, though, a huge turnout for Japer. That did turn things around very nicely, setting, well, Circular Spheres with that 2-point advantage over K16, which in return could make things a whole lot more interesting. That now, theoretically for Border, within OCL, it has been so far a much more favorable side. The attack has been much more successful. But now comes the question whether it was just Circular Spheres being successful here and 1620 Kings just fumbling the bag in general. So with them on the defense, they I suppose they will be the ones to show us. But on the side of K16, I am actually quite curious about this change. So for the majority of it, it's still the same lineup as CS that has been bringing it in. Apart from a very small change that is, well, Lonely is bringing in the OCL for a little bit more, I suppose, safe ground in the pre and post plan situation.
And unfortunately, backed themselves into a bit of a hole. Oh, Nami, that's an audacious little angle from security. But it's, the shield there for Lonely, denying Goofed in what would have been a hell of an opening gunfight for Circular Spheres to be taking. But there are a lot of emphasis on Chef Jeff right now on this Thermite. He's got a lot of work to do in opening up this armory wall if they even choose to go that way. But if they lose him, there's no secondary option.
Do that. Well, it stands it. A bit of a calm before the storm, really. Goofed very frantically running around trying to kind of find the next position for him to hold. Whereas for Onami, he's been kind of just locked into his position. Japer, nice clean long shot, but there is a response back to Onami. That's the CCTV now cleared out, which is good. But now it comes the question of, well, can they keep on isolating now the 90 hallway? Because Jordy could throw in a spanner in the works. The C4 from below could be a very problematic thing to really deal with. And that could very easily put things into a much nicer perspective for K16, but I say that that's the C4 wasted by Jordy, which now leaves all in the hands of Crimstar to play yet another one.
Japer here up aggressively in the offices, might even look for a jump out. There was a Claymore, I believe. No, only the side of the map, not where he is. So this jump out could be huge. The breach is going to be successful though. The K16 will have the option, but Japer hit with the white screen. He could be in trouble. No, he's just so tucked in. They don't find him with Jordy finding himself a kill there. Tester just eats it before Jeff trades back. We are still on a 2 versus 2 in the final minute, but my lord, been a bit of a messy road there.
Absolutely. Still so far, good play. Jordy ins for 2. No, can't connect any of those. But as it stands, it leaves Chef Jeff in a 1v2, tagged, revealed his position, and now all the intentions shown. Crimstar is the one to shut him down. A solid play, and well, Circular Spheres nearly were in for a hiccup, but managed to revive their chances rather quickly.
Jordy, an absolute standout. And Crimstar, yes, finally has himself a kill. It took him a wee while. It took him 7 rounds, in fact, for him to finally get on the board. But he is there. I mean, you could excuse that, given some of his past performances, though. Absolute standout. And the tech pause for K16 has been called.
Understandably so, though.
But, I mean, they had Japer dead to rights. Full white screen, tucked into the corner, but they just weren't aware. And they just jump on through, feed him too. And Jordy cannot be understated in terms of his impact. Yes, Japer is standing out so far with a massive scoreline, but Jordy has found some very impactful frags along the way as well.
Yeah, look, we, oddly enough, very rarely talk about Japer and his general kind of story within OCL. Back on K16, he was one of the freshest introductions, and after a bit of a kind of a bumpy moment when I think it was the first one or the first 2 matches after his induction into K16, he finally kind of came to his element where he was able to frag out very convincingly and very consistently for that roster. Now kind of having his own team, his own roster to play around with Circular Spheres, he kind of settled into that to play even more, where he found his own confidence in the play, being able to kind of back up the rest of the team when Crimstar is not having his best time of performance. But I have to absolutely agree. Japa, certainly a big contender for possibly even maybe getting picked up by one of the OCN teams further down the line.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Well, look, that possibility, or they qualify at the end of next stage, we'll have to see, of course. But right now, we are going to be heading to Tellers and Bathroom, of course. Cade in play. No Maverick for the defense, which, I mean, that's an interesting choice. But that hatch that is now electrified above the showers is going to be untouchable unless they can clear it out from below.
It will require quite a fair bit of effort as well.
Oh
In comes
my.
the jump out. No, goofed. Shut down completely. Expected. Read like a book and played like a fiddle there by Machine. Not gonna lie. Bit of
It's
a
in the
helmet.
name. A big goofed moment.
Done goofed up, yeah. Indeed, he does.
Unfortunate too, because it's one of your nitro cells.
Mm-hmm.
Especially in playing around the verticality, but Jape now looking to pick up the mantle and get himself across to find some resistance. But it's not to be. He, in fact, immediately drops down into customs. Gets himself the hell out of dodge. Looking for a vert angle with that bailiff opened up as well. That could be deadly for Lonely if he's not paying attention. But KHA storming through. Finds Ornami, this offsite presence, this Roma. And they are looking to clear in and above. Geordie, that nitro cell nightmare for Circular Spheres is going to at least take one back.
Yeah. Good return to form. Being able to still utilize some of the explosive utility, but I say that it is all now down to just the actual gunfights from the side of Circular Sphere's defense. Whereas you look at 1620 Kings, they still have plenty of utility at their disposal, ready to absolutely rain a ton of problems, really, on the defense. The flashbangs are there, still 2 frag grenades on the side of Machine, still got 1 more Finker boost, and quite a fair few of the throwables from Shivjeff as well on the ace. So plenty of opportunities to be generated. Now it's just up to 1620 Kings to actually make a play off them and not fumble the bag. Given that they do have 1 player advantage, but that could be very quickly remedied once Japa decides to pop off yet again. I mean, you look at even
Geordie's also there.
Geordie's also there, and Crimstar is still also there that could pop off in the late game. But you look at the whole ground floor setup, it almost feels like an ant nest with the sheer amount of rotation holes there.
A lot of avenues, a lot of fluidity available to Circular Spheres.
Attackers recovered
So we head into the final 35. You can feel the hesitation. 1620 Kings have yet to pull the trigger, and a large portion of that reasoning is because of the hatches in play. 1 for Crim as they jump through that window. This opening pre-prepped and ready for that moment to come. No setup to deny, and Machine will find Geordie, as that unfortunately does also mean Diffuser is down. The cams in play, feeding what information available to them. Jeff is going to jump in finally through that window. Look for the... Oh, my Lord! Siege timing at its finest as Machine decapitates Japa. Finally, though, they will get one back. Crimstar is starting to hit his stride in this round. If he could find a Kona station, this could be a vastly different close to the round. But the plant is down. The vert in play and Machine there to cover as well. Crimstar is going to have to hit some stunner shots. Knows there's one in this Visa position. Unfortunately, misses out as he turns away. He has got more bullets than health, and Tester from above will bag 1620 another round. But there were all the makings of that comeback for Circular Spheres, and unfortunately for them, it just didn't happen.
Happen at all. But seems like the tactical timeout did really give 1620 Kings that moment to breathe, to really get their, I guess, senses back, all sorted in the swing of things. Given that they did look a little bit flustered there at the beginning of the attacking half. Now they're seeming to be settled in, but again, this may have been a fluke round, so we'll need to make sure that this wasn't, and the next attacking round will certainly be the big indication as to whether K16 can really keep up this pressure in a consistent manner, or whether it will be kind of just more so a one-off success with Circular Spheres kind of continuing their crusade. Because for Circular Spheres, they're not there yet for their comfort ground. They haven't yet achieved the match point, which is something that they would still be looking at doing in a very rapid manner if they don't want 1620 Kings to really make any sort of effort at advancing any further into the game. So 5-3 scoreline is still dominant. There's still a buffer of 2 rounds, but you got to keep in mind that, well, K16 could still very much yoink away that progress.
My eyes at the moment immediately drawn to Geordie playing the shotgun post here in round number 9. We've seen this to great effect, and he's trying to figure out how he wants to play it. I was going to look to sit an interrogation. Oh, the pop of the barricade by Japer almost completely negates KJ's effect in the round. Luckily for him, though, the health was there. The nano boost will also still be in play, so he's not out of it just yet, but that could have been catastrophic for K16's chances.
Not a lot of players with an OCL have that sort of audacity to just keep on that pressure from the get-go and having, you know, the balls to just flat out go
The circular spheres too.
Well, yeah, it's basically in the name, but you are correct though, Panda, on correcting me there. But I gotta say, Japer certainly has been feeling that whole new role of that very aggressive roamer or that almost entry/flex fragger when he is on the attack. So I gotta commend him on just kind of his development, I suppose you could say. And that double tap by Crimstar did sound kind of nutty.
Well, I mean, we did lose 2 of our prime suspects to the OCN in the form of Smacker and Havoc, who both got picked up by Onami, and they could be back by the end of the stage. We'll have to wait and see, obviously, with promotions on the cards. They might look. Honestly, there's a real possibility with Kraken's form. The Nitro toss deep by Krim, unfortunately, not going to connect in any sort of meaningful way. We crossed that threshold, the halfway mark of round 9. Losing Machine is unfortunate, but not something that's insurmountable.
Oh man, well, another body falls, and that is KJ's, as K16 certainly making it look like it was just a bit of a hiccup, more so as an allowance from Circular Spheres, as Japer, well, finally he falls into the hands of Lonely as we back to a 4v3, but in saying that, still a minute to go, plenty of ground to really cover, and Geordie could still play for the upset from down below. I say that drop down does shut things down for Crimstar, which does leave all in the hands of the Pulse to try to stay alive, but it's only the Inkling that is there. He hasn't been actually thoroughly droned out, which could be rather problematic for
Onami on the hatch above while his teammate falls. Jeff will be answered back immediately. And that is the fuser control vertically to K16, well, not K16, Onami's just running the K16 tags, and now Lonely.
Why is
and
Lonely
1 versus
so
2. They thought they had to push straight under the site because Workshop was opened up. But he's been spotted out by the scanner, so they know that he's pushing through, and you can see Onami just tucked in deep. Finds the shots, but whiffs the opportunity. Second time around, though, Lonely's not going to be so lucky. My lord, how? How did Onami pull that one back?
Ugh. Scary times there for, well, I was about to say Circular Spheres, pardon me, K16. The hope that there was for the comeback has been, at least for the time being, halted. If not halted, then shattered. Given that, well, CS just managed to achieve that match point finally, so they're only 1 point away from claiming that 3-pointer for themselves, which will be keeping them nice and tidy up in the top 3. Matter of fact, pardon me, top 2. Dynasty now failing to acquire the 3-pointer, allowing essentially Kraken to be basically locked in for the relegation promotion tournament. Circular Spheres are 1 round away from taking and running away with a stolen 2nd place of Dynasty.
Indeed they are. And then, I mean, that puts them in position to potentially upset again going to the last couple of weeks of play, but okay, interesting choice there, Goofed. Unfortunately, in comp, points don't matter, so it's not going to be for your benefit. And the Cade Claw again from below only hits the 2 panels. I don't know if that was intentional from Krim, but the ping to come through will communicate it. Unfortunately, I think downstairs, at least, it is just out of reach, so he won't be able to recover it.
Would be rather problematic to deal with it, but regardless of that, it still generates a good window of opportunities for all of the plays. Once again, Japer playing the pixel angles, the absolutely disgusting human being that he is with those peaks. Looking to introduce some more of the problems, and yeah, this time, look, you already done this, what, 2 or 3 times now? Surely by this point, well, 1620 Kings will be rather accustomed to a very warm welcome, that so far being shown to them by Japer.
Although Goof reckons it might be his time to shine. He's just out in the west balcony there, that door and security.
Well,
Just waiting for the cues and machine to the back of the head. No more Finker for the remainder of the round.
That is the beginning to the collapse, I reckon, Panda. With Machine out of the equation, he was the big driving force behind the K16, whereas he was able to completely nullify certain amounts of damage. Well, with that out of the equation, no more frag grenades as well on top of it all. So it's down to just a very kind of reduced lineup of K16. I say that though, well, Goof does get the better of Tesla, so that is the C8 gone. Well, KJ still has some frag grenades, and there's still some ground for the play, but oh, Chef Jeff,
Oh my
so clean on
Lord,
that
Goof.
snap. But Goof, yes, so much better.
3 for him, looking for more. Unfortunately, the ace going to be denied. He actually almost took out. No, that was KJ, I believe, and Lonely's going to walk on through. Find 1. Does he find 2? It's Geordie. Unfortunately, with Crimstar to cover as well, the numbers just weren't in the favour of K16. And Circular Spheres, with Japer at the helm, will keep that playoffs dream, well, not playoffs, the promotions dream alive.
Sure is. Yeah, look, we had certain concerns, we had certain doubts, but those have been thoroughly erased. Circular Spheres propel themselves to that second place, overtaking Dynasty, leaving Altered Zelius back on those 5 points. So where they were just initially prior to this matchup in the tiebreaker with. And in saying that though, very heavy, very solid turnout with Japer's performance that has been absolutely ballistic for CS.
Not just that, Cthulhu, but we have also officially crossed that halfway threshold of stage 1. And as we look to go to the second half, things do get very interesting. But I mean, Circular Spheres, they tighten up some of those mistakes from last week. They ramp up the aggression, the audacity. I mean, you saw Japer, 3 rounds in a row going for that same peak and dishing out damage? I mean, that is a play style that we've seen work in the past and could see work quite well for them in the remainder of the stage.
This will, though, very much depend on how will they be able to perform later down the line, albeit now that they have finally got out of the way of Dynasty. They yet to, I believe, play against the Kraken, if my memory serves me right, which could be rather problematic in their hopes and dreams of acquiring some points. But now it's them to try to contest against Kraken. Now it's them to try to essentially, well, thwart all sorts of chances for progression, and maybe it will be them to essentially claim that victory and slow down that flawless streak.
Well, we have the man of the moment coming in to join us, Japer from the Circular Spheres, coming in for a chat. And Japer, look, after last week, we were wondering how things would be, but it looks like back to form for you and the boys. What a match. How does it feel to, get things rolling again?
It honestly feels great. Like, the game last week was just really the opposite of what we wanted. It wasn't what we expected, and we're happy that this game was a lot better for us. We were able to get a win, so...
Was the border one of the maps that you kept on continuously preparing, or was it kind of just something that you guys decided to kind of throw in there and kind of play it out how you felt kind of comfortable? Because so far, I mean, your performance has been absolutely stellar on this map.
Yeah, well, we had the option between going to border or Oregon, and Oregon's such a overplayed map that we thought we'd spice it up, go to border, see what happens. I think we're fairly confident on that map, and I think it showed. So, yeah.
All right.
We also saw a bit of a ramp up for you and the team, more aggression, more a concerted effort to try and get up in the faces of your opponents. Is this something that you're actively working to incorporate into your playstyle, or is it just how you think border should be played?
No, it's absolutely something that we try to incorporate. Like, I think playing aggressive and not allowing teams to sort of play into their strategy of how they want to attack really helps us. I think I've said this before previous weeks, but it is definitely a big part of our defensive strategy, at least, to play very aggressive and contest the entries.
Well, look, it was great seeing you come back into form. You had some stunner moments of your own. The ace, need we say less? But look, Japer, before we let you head off, is there anyone you want to shout out?
Just shout out to all the fans and friends watching. Means a lot, and yeah, hopefully we can keep delivering wins. I know last week was a bit rough, but sure we'll bounce back, and next game will be no different.
Look, we look forward to seeing you once again next week, Japer. Hopefully we get you back in the interview booth. Head off, enjoy the win with the boys. We'll see you next week, Cthulhu. 2 matches done. We've still got 2 to go. It's rather an interesting prospect. It feels like we are at the end of our night, but we're only halfway there. Going into our next couple of matches, I mean, can we match the momentum that we've seen today already?
Look, I think this will be the ultimate question, because with the remaining few matches, this is kind of the derby of who gets to finally claw their way out of the bottom of the leaderboard and who gets to, well, essentially keep on bottled up downstairs. So suppose we'll have to see, but honestly, I reckon we still got a fair few bangers on the board for us.
Well, as you just mentioned, when we come back after the break, it's the Vodafone Warriors taking on Antic to see if, well, Antic, can they break out of the basement, escape bottom of the leaderboard? Unfortunately, we will have to wait until after the break to find that. So when we come back, we jump on into match 3. We'll see you soon.
Somebody blow up the ceiling, cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling. I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about a thing now. We were born for this moment, but we gotta go now. There's nothing you can't do if you want it. Dreaming day and night, yeah. Gonna get it right, yeah. There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? I wanna change it up. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Yeah. Hey. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Next, 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 next. Next, next, next. What's next? Next, next, next. Next, 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 next. What's next? There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? What's next? I wanna change it up, yeah. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next?
Turn up, I wanna feel the bass in my bones. We taking over from your head to your toes. So take a picture, yeah, I'm striking a pose. We're on fire. We're on fire. Loving every minute, every day, every hour. Get this party going, yeah, we turning it louder. We got that energy, yeah, we got the power. You can't hide it.
We're officially halfway through Stage 1 here in the Oceanic Challenger League 2022 season. We're back for our 3rd match of the evening. The Warriors taking on Antic R6. And well, look, Cthulhu, the Vodafone Warriors are primed and ready to slam the door on Antic and keep them locked in for Night of the Week at the bottom of the table.
Absolutely. Look, I mean, for both Warriors and Antic, it's been a bit of a rough time. Warriors currently sitting on the 6th place, Antic currently sitting on the 8th. It's all been a little bit of a kind of a kerfuffle, really, for both rosters. I mean, you look at the story, it was a 7-4 for against Dynasty for Warriors in the first week, and from there on, it's been a little bit of a downhill. 7-5 against LFWO, loss, 7-2 against Spheres, so now they're looking to bounce back. For Antic, it's just been all through and through just unfortunate turnouts. Thankfully for themselves, they were able to at least claim 1 point, but it's not really enough to get them propelled, so they're looking to get back on track with this very matchup. But Vodafone Warriors overall look there's been some promise, but a little bit of a kind of all over the place performance been.
Yeah, I mean, look back stage 3 last year, the then Forsaken 5 roster came in with a hiss and a roar, made a real statement, even secured themselves playoffs at the end of stage 3, but unfortunately here at the beginning of 2022, they seem to have fallen a bit flat under the new banner of Antic, unfortunately. But I mean, the Vodafone Warriors, not too far different, if I'm being perfectly honest. They had a lot of promise coming into the start of the stage. They've had obviously that big win over Dynasty at the beginning, but from there, it hasn't quite panned out.
I mean, we do have to also make note that for last week and already this week as well, we're not seeing either Boff nor King Reels making that appearance, which has been the big driving force for Warriors, and so it feels rather odd not seeing them appear and not seeing them kind of look even motivated, really, in the grand scheme of things. So on the side of Antic, this could be the big chance really to finally break out of it, but in saying that, I wouldn't discard or discredit Warriors just yet, albeit certain concerning things have been occurring left, right, and center.
Well, Cthulhu, as we turn our attention to the map veto and figure out where we go, we've already had Border tonight and, well, a bit of bank to kick the things off. Where do we go? Well, it's to Villa. Back to the basics. Back to a staple of the ANZ competitive scene. We could have had Oregon and Bank to close it out, and look, if I'm being perfectly honest, Bank would have been preferable, but you see Border, Theme Park, Skyscraper all banned out quick succession. All, in fact, banned out by the Vodafone Warriors.
Absolutely, yeah. They don't really want any of those new maps. They're still trying to iron things out. Funnily enough, they are actually going back to the map that did manage to score them the win against Dynasty. It was on Villa. The only big difference being is that back then, King Grills was the one popping off. No more he is on, at least for tonight, for the roster, which implies that certain changes have been done to the overall lineup and to what could possibly later down the line could mean either problems or maybe some good solutions, because once again, this whole new, renewed, revitalized roster of Warriors certainly seems like it just needs a little bit more guidance, and once they finally receive that guidance, it could be the big one.
Promises, but Cthulhu, we head to the Italian countryside, Tuscany, heading to Villa for a bit of a vacation. Unfortunately, it's not a vacation for either of these two teams, of course. It is really do or die. For the Antic, it's just escaping the bottom of the leaderboard, not being that team that has yet to, escape last place. For the Warriors, it's just trying to earn their way into the money at the end of the stage. And we head to the operator ban phase. Warriors will be kicking things off on the attack. Warriors on the defense, Antic on the attack. But it's a question of how these bans could shape out the map.
This is also, for some extra context as well for our viewers, this is also the opportunity for Warriors to get out of the tiebreaker that they currently find themselves in between themselves and the 1620 Kings roster. So as soon as that is gone and out of the way, we could be seeing some big changes to the overall standings lineup. Apart from that, well, if Antic do manage to win, they will propel themselves into a tiebreaker between themselves and LFWO, which will put 1620 Kings theoretically currently on the last place. So still a fair few shakeups down at the bottom of the leaderboard that could still be available, but alas, well, we still yet to see what the actual kind of performance is bound to happen, because so far bans were relatively same.
Nah, nothing crazy out of the ordinary. Flores, Thatcher, Valkyrie, and I would imagine probably something along the lines of a mirror to round things out, if I had to hazard a guess. Potentially, no, even then, there's nothing that I could actively think of that would replace the mirror ban in my mind. Maybe? Even Pulse, I don't think is enough. Yeah, it's going to be mirror.
Yeah, okay.
The Vodafone Warrior is not going to be messing around with the chance of those windows coming into play. So, yeah, look, cookie cutter stuff.
I'm actually quite curious because, well, usually when we have a new season, usually it's quite meta changing, right? Whilst when we had Flores just introduced, he actually made very big moves within the overall kind of competitive meta, given that he was kind of the next, I suppose, solution to get rid of some of the utilities, say like bandit batteries, cage charges, mute jammers, the whole plethora of it, because prior to him it was either Thatcher or Kali, and Kali is not particularly too favorable in the current meta.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
And
attackers.
now with the introduction of Thunderbird, or not Thunderbird, sorry, Thorn. Both starts on TH. But yeah, Thorn didn't really change the approach, change the meta as much as we would have expected. So now I'm curious how will, in the coming seasons, how will Azami really change? Because her utility is extremely powerful, extremely flexible, borderline kind of almost dubbing her as the pocket castle, I guess you could call it.
I mean,
So-
if Castle and Where My had a baby,
Yeah.
10
And
seconds
would,
left before insertion.
it begs for a bit of a question. Well,
5 seconds left.
how much would that change, obviously, the rosters, and how much would this once again favor the defense? Because with Azami, so many alterations on the go could be done, and so many just annoying potholes could be patched up. So yeah, look, I'm genuinely quite keen when that happens. Obviously, that's still yonks and yonks and yonks away, but something worth keeping an eye out, especially if we'll see teams like Kraken start making their way over to the next, well, to the OCN. I say that for now. Well, the only person that has been sent over has been Culture, and that's back to the spectator screen.
rolled by Owen. It's not quite a shotgun, but I suppose the MK14 will do in a pinch, and it's the first frag onto the Jaeger of Culture. I mean, realistically as well, that should also be control of Cam's. Owen for a second. Schmidt gone. Man is just swinging angles with this MK14. And that's absolutely devastating for Warriors to start things off.
Deadly weapon it is, especially after the sheer fact that the destructibility buff that did come to fruition for the DMRs. MK14 certainly became one of the more fan favorite weapons to utilize. Jordo has a really solid angle to absolutely deny Wazoo's push as a Monty, but the main playmaker here, that is Owen, could really throw even more spanner in the works, but for the time being, it's a bit of a slowed down push, albeit already managed to make past the whole trap that was set up on the main stairs.
Wazoo drops the shield just to dodge out when the smoke canisters there. Looking to play a little bit more defensive with this big shield operator. Unfortunately, though, for the Vodafone Warriors, they've spent so much time trying to catch out Owen. He's already found two, and he's absolutely a
Bomb
fixed
located by
box
attackers.
attention for the most part. The drone's coming in. Sean very much isolated with only one canister remaining as well. We get the logic bomb. You can see just the line in the sand that the Warriors have drawn right now. They swing aggressively, but it's actually Owen for a third. He's looking for more, but Face Cream was still somehow alive in that entire engagement. Shont alone in the 1 versus 5. It's about to be a flawless. The shield comes through. Wazoo and his best bud Face Cream team up to close the round.
Well, Antic's off, or rather Antic, pardon me, off to a great start. Very nicely done overall, managing to keep on pushing, keep on forcing themselves into those certain positions. Genuinely a good start. Gotta give it to Owen as well. Finding those two very aggressive openers certainly did align all the possibilities in favor of Antic, but it's only the beginning. We've seen similar outcome back when K16 were playing, and that first round looked extremely dominating, but no more it was by the conclusion of the matchup. Now, going into this one, well, Warriors, they'll need to make sure that they keep themselves all stable and running, because, well, if similar things will be allowed to happen and Owen to score some more frags like this, I don't think we are going to be seeing Warriors on our screens for too long.
Antic looking to pick themselves up their first win of the stage, of course. And look, if they play the rounds like that on the attack, they're making quick work of it, and they'll be absolutely racing towards that win is on top of things. For the Warriors, they're not a team that
Attackers
will,
are moving out to
well,
locate a
are
bomb and
often
defuse it.
ones to roll over quite so easily, so we should at least see some resistance in the remainder of the half in the map, of course. But right now, we look to double down, we look to go back to AVG, and you can see that extension over towards the bedroom for the Warriors. They try to resist Antic's entry.
Well, maybe first half of the minute has been already used up. Not a whole lot of entries, but Nasty has already made entry as the buck with the live drone from Owen. looking to get that basic, well, coordination nailed down and sorted, as Wazoo did decide to change the professions from the Monty to the Finka, from the shield to the sword. As it stands so far, pretty good, clean, kind of roam clear, making sure that they're not really letting up a whole lot of positions. It feels rather odd and weird that Warriors did abandon the statuary position as quickly as they did without even any sort of contention or not even trying to deny any of the drone game, and bopped already, well, getting bopped on the head with a couple of those damaging shots.
Bomb
As
located
it
by
stands,
attackers.
well, New Zealand Warriors kind of looking a little bit almost lost as Wazoo finds his own opening once again. He's on site,
Wazoo's
actually.
on the site. How has he
Uh-oh.
gotten away with this again? We've seen this a few times tonight. Just the sheer audacity to push on through. Bot at least will take him down thanks to the Nitro. But again, it comes at the cost of yet another teammate. Wazoo absolutely blowing the site wide open for the team. And the Vodafone Warriors are in disarray.
Absolutely. So far, strong performance as Schmidt and Schont no more. Two big playmakers out of the equation. So far, Antic finally looking like they just might be back on their feet, but as I say that, some few very aggressive swings. Not for long though. Jordo out, Culture in. Double kill for Owen meanwhile, and well, Warriors, whilst they are able to bite back, it's not enough to be able to just bite back. They're still yet to find themselves the point, and well, albeit it is round number 2, it's looking a little bit dicey for the way how defense has been performing.
Yeah, they spot bopped on the door nasty. They knew where Culture was as well, isolated in the corner as Study. And it is 2 very succinct rounds for Antic R6 coming through to start Villa off on the attack, no less.
Yeah, attack on the Villa. Certainly one of the more difficult ones to really keep up, and keep up the momentum especially, so it's certainly a good feat for Antic to really do it, especially on a map that was the winning map for Warriors, so certain suppose case of audacity could be added to all of
Attackers
this,
need to
but
locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
bit of a mystery, honestly, to me, Panda, the way how so far Warriors been performing, because we've been kind of talking about their roster, about their abilities and promises and all the other shiny things, but none of that kind of came to fruition. It seems like the moment that Boff, the moment that King Grills are gone, almost feels like it's the spine and the, you know, the level-headed kind of approach that is completely gone from Warriors. The position that they've emphasized on with the reinforced wall setups, completely abandoned at the first sight of the bullets flying at them,
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
and it kind of defaulting back to the site without any sort of contention, leaving them not a whole lot of that room for moving around. Almost feels like they just kind of shooting themselves in the foot rather than letting even Antic shoot themselves. Or shoot, yeah.
Shooting in general.
Shooting in
But, I
general,
mean-
yeah. A lot of shooting involved, but not in the right way.
The ones you got to feel for a Dynasty. They lost the Warriors in week 1, and the Warriors have just been on a downward spiral ever since as it continues. Wazoo finds Bob. And if Dynasty would have played the team that we're seeing from the Warriors today in week 1, 100% they would have picked up that win, and they would have been sitting and still in a position to contest Kraken. But right now, I would only imagine that Spruce and the gang would be fuming watching this.
Yeah, look, it's certainly a bit of an upset factor, but again, quite a different roster comparative to the one that
located a bomb.
did take down Dynasty, as King Grills was a very crucial part of that whole lineup, so not surprised to see that this is the way how it ends up going with the way how the round's been going down. It's, again, yeah, it's just the sheer basic coordination that so far has been very much lackluster there, whereas some teams like the K16 has been already able to, you know, figure out at least what they want to do with, and it more so just goes down to either unfortunate timings or the gunfights. Here for Warriors, basic, even I don't want to say decision making, because that's firstly that's too harsh, and secondly that's a little bit too big of a statement, But
I don't
it's
want to
just-
say it's the decision making, but it was the decision making.
it kind of one of those situations, yes, Panda, and it feels very weird given, yeah, we've put so much faith into that roster, but yet here we are seeing them battle against Antic, and it kind of almost feels like they're just reverting to just a 5-man solo roster, who are just trying to all go for those solo plays.
Speaking of Solo, Schmidt up on his own. Gonna push up Astro stairs and try and find some support with Sean. The frag! Siege timing at its finest. It's a flurry of kills across the board, but once again, Antic end out on top. Culture, though, going to change that.
All right.
Brings it down to the 2 versus 2. Finds himself tagged. Shot in Culture! Hold on!
All right.
And get themselves a round on the board. The Warriors not quite shot out of it just yet, but again, a chaotic, very messy round that gets them there.
Absolutely, yeah. Chaotic is probably the best way to really describe this, how things been really going. As a matter of fact, for more so Warriors rather than Antic, yeah, look, Antic managed to nail down their pushes and where they want to go. At least they have a good idea of what needs to be done and how they want to achieve it. It's more so that the actual performance that has been going for Warriors, that's what been kind of a bit lackluster. And for Antic, look, they got, in the case of that last round, they did get stuck on a couple of those big choke points that they haven't really found a whole lot of ways around, so that was kind of the big downfall for them. Now for Warriors, going back to AVG, the site where they did get flawless before, looking to try to find some sort of a closure in their favor, but look, still very much of a, like you said, chaotic play, very much of a solo kind of performance from each one of them, in hopes of finding just their own stride. And well, rehost
3 for 3.
3 for
3 for 3. A game crash there. Who's it going to be? What do you reckon? Jordo? No, Sean, unfortunately. We got a bit deeper into this map, though, which you got to take as a bit of a plus. And, well, we know for sure that Wazoo will be going back onto that Monty, which was an absolute terror the last time we were on the site. And particularly with support from this man on your screen at the moment, Face Cream. Playing off of the shoulder, that duo of the Monty and the Lion was kind of terrifying. Have they done enough, do you reckon, to change up the operator lineups to actually contest what Antic are bringing?
I'm not too sure right now, Panda, given the... I don't think their issue is with the lineup, that's the thing. Because I think it's more so just within either the mental fortitude or maybe the comms that need to be cleaned up. Something internally needs to be changed before even the lineup of the operators will even be concluded. So just something that needs to be kind of kept in mind. They need to make sure that they are keeping on top of the things. It is good to see, though, that on the side of Antics, it's very kind of calm and collected kind of looks on the faces. Very much just they want to make sure they're smashing it out. They're keeping up the communication. Nasty keeps up his mustache.
The mustache.
Yeah. And actually, I do wonder, is this kind of like a sane decision to just keep the mustache at this level, or is it just doesn't grow out any further?
Look, it's not a fashion choice, Cthulhu. It's a lifestyle.
I see.
You and I can both attest it. Facial hair is not a fashion accessory. It's a lifestyle choice, and one that everyone
Almost
knows.
a life necessity.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Milosh. It's something that we members of the Siege community that bear these facial hair, the beards, we take very, very seriously.
True. I'll have to agree with you on that one. But look, I mean, to cast our eyes back from the facial hair onto this matchup, well, we've sat down prior to this matchup. Our main kind of big talking point was opportunity for Warriors to kind of score the points on Antic, given just the misfortunate turnout for Antic. As for the past, 3 weeks, they've looked a little bit just almost lost. I'll say it like that. If they end up flaming me, go ahead. DMs are open. But
Oh, look, let's be honest. If they're flaming you at this point, they quite clearly have not been paying attention to their own games. There is a reason that they're at the bottom of the leaderboard, and here is the opportunity for them to start proving us wrong.
Exactly that. And with the fact that Warriors did make that very drastic change of not having Boff or King Grills in their play, two very impactful players, might I add, as well, especially the way how first day really worked out for them, it's also quite a bit of a oversight, really, and for Warriors especially. So for Antic, this is actually the prime time to finally break the curse, get themselves out there, completely push past the whole tiebreaker, and propel themselves into, funnily enough, a tiebreaker with LFO, who are next on the matches for tonight. Actually, is a closing match. So for Antic here, I reckon they might just end up having a pretty stable, pretty good match on their hands, where they could legitimately earn a good 3-pointer, put themselves in a tiebreaker against LFO, and possibly from there on start maybe even contesting for the top 4, albeit in the way how things have shaped up for this year. Unfortunately, no playoffs, meaning, well, however you finish Playday number 7 is, well, the final and the conclusive standings for stage 1.
Fortunately, it seems that the tech issue taken a little bit longer than we initially anticipated, but so far, we've had a bit of a full spectrum. We had the flawless win, we've had kill wins both sides. ABG, though, it's an interesting choice to see Vodafone Warriors head back there for a third time, given that, I mean, the first round was a flawless, the second one was an absolute stormer, and, I mean, that you got to remember that second round, Wazoo just waltzed himself on to side.
Yep. Basically, that sums it up all really well. Just the way how things been looking, it just all is a bit just sad, really, for Warriors, the way how they've been letting things through, letting Wazoo through, and it certainly is something that needs to be addressed. Possibly even just, maybe it could be just a matter of literally changing your defensive roster and leaning a little bit harder into the trap meta. I know that, yes, one would need to probably introduce the Yaruni, one would need to introduce the Mute and the Jaeger, but you still got 2 more spots. So, say, bust out the Legion, or bust out the Ella plus Capcan, well, you got yourself still a pretty solid combo, or better yet, if you still want some heals, Thunderbird, and then you still have that one slot to pick either the Ella or the Capcan or the Legion. All 3 of them can be really good indicators as to where the push coming, how the push is coming about, and when you need to start really feeling extra scared about players, especially like Wazoo, approaching you. So, few opportunities have been certainly missed there, so one would hope that Warriors would be able to read into it, albeit, look, on off occasions when they were able to lock down their positions and play off the back of those choke points, they were able to make a good play. It's more so their almost, you could call it like a depth perception, really, because some of those swings are overly ambitious with the SMG-11s, but once it gets to the point where it's very up close and personal, where it's almost shotgun range, it's difficult to really find any sort of closure, especially if you contesting a shotgun with an assault rifle.
Yeah, look, it's there's a lot going on this map. I think we can both agree. But so far, it has been Antic who have really stepped off on the front foot coming into Villa. They're really making a statement, and even though they lost that last round, it wasn't like it was an absolute stormer from the Warriors. They didn't absolutely dominate the round from start to finish. In fact, it was you know, the 2 versus X clutch at the end from Shant and Culture that brought it back. I mean, it blows my mind that Vodafone Warriors are heading back to ABG for a 3rd round in a row, even though they're 0-2 on that site in the first 3 rounds of play.
Yeah. Look, some form of momentum needs to be reacquired by Warriors. Yes, they managed to find that conclusion in the final round where they managed to just do it so good, but after that, it felt a little bit kind of a little bit of a toss-up. Now we're finally back into the swing of things. We're back into the lobby. We finally all solved all of our problems with the internet, with the tech issues. Funnily enough, it's been actually the ISPs that have been a little bit of a problem. Oh no. Well, back to us theory crafting part, it seems. Given that we just had yet another disconnect, and well,
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Cursed, absolutely cursed. Playday 4. It seems to be a rule of the Oceanic Challenger League. There is always one Playday that is just a nightmare from start to finish. Yeah, we lose another player. Antic this time, so it is looking like it'll be back-to-back tech pauses. We had that in the OCN last night, if I remember correctly, and it did absolutely no one any good whatsoever. So, I mean, look, realistically, do you think who does this benefit more?
I'm not too sure if it benefits either of the parties really, because, well, for Warriors, they just came off a dub where they wanted to keep up their momentum, kind of feeling hot on their tracks. That's no longer a thing because of the sheer longevity of that push, and it for Antic, well, it gave them a moment to, you know, breathe easy and talk about it, but how much can you talk about it before you just start getting, oh my god, I'm bored, just start the game already, come on. Because what, it's been quite a fair few minutes as well, so
honestly, I think we might have to talk with those ESL script writers, because I think look, honestly, I made the joke earlier, but this is becoming a stress test. They've done it deliberately to make sure that we can keep up with the Oceanic Challenger League. And we can. It's hard though. I think this is probably the most stoppages we've had in a single Playday, Cthulhu. If from the time that you and I have been working on the Oceanic Challenger League for two and a half stages now, I think this is the most stoppages we've had in a single broadcast.
I mean, Season 3 from 2021 has brought in quite a fair bit of that, so wouldn't be surprised if we yet to beat the record, but it's certainly been a bit of a longer one, purely off the back of those tech issues. I mean, so far what we can really say is that the rest of Antic has finally got their head into the game, at least for the first 3 or so rounds. Bigger question to me is how will they perform once they go into the defense, because offense so far looking good. So far they can go onto very rapid, very quick offensive, but the defense could be a bit of a shaky performance, and especially if Warriors do end up deciding to, you know what, just go swinging. They might just be able to actually catch Antic by surprise, and it could be an issue. Finally, we're back into the thing. Fingers crossed, no more of the disconnects, at least within the context of this matchup. And
stern words. After this, we will be having stern words with each and every single internet service provider that does supply the Oceanic Challenger League. We're going to write some strongly worded emails and have some sit down chats with the right people. But it looks like finally we are getting into round 4. There we go. The load through.
Defenders, protect
I
your
swear,
bombs
if
from being defused by attackers.
anyone types it all chat for the next round, someone's catching some hands.
well, you're personally gonna fly out there and start throwing.
Look, as soon as we have our first Rainbow Six LAN, someone's catching some hands. Hopefully, someone's catching some dubs before then, though.
Yeah, one would hope so. One would hope so, but look, round 4 finally upon us. We finally get to delve more into all of these shenanigans. Wazoo back on the shield though, funnily enough. And Owen actually swapped off from the DKB onto the Nomad, so we are looking into pretty much covering as many bases as possible for Antic, having the flank watch, having the info gather, having all sorts of the shenanigans with the soft and hard breach, including both Wazoo and Face Green. So overall, bound to be quite a decent lineup. But in saying that, lineup of Warriors could also do quite a lot of good things. Here's how will Face Cream though be able to contest, as that is already the Selma charges that actually will be detonating as well. This is alarming.
Interesting. I don't know if the placing was intentional or not, but I think it was just to flush out whoever was holding in the vault, and it's going to make it a very tenuous spot to be holding, especially once, you know, we see 90 taken, but it is Owen the first to fall, the flank watcher.
It was the same position, though, that way he pushed it in the first round, so very readable position.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, maybe a case of just a bit of telegraphing going on right now. Nasty almost finds the angle on the main stairs, not to be. Culture forced off, but in fact wins the gunfight against Wazoo. So all of a sudden, after the rehost, it's all starting to come apart for Antic. Nasty does avenge his fallen teammates for the moment, but that's already a 2-player loss to kick the round off. Shont forced out. The shield's still going to remain, though. Somehow those ADSs did not eat the frag grenade. This round is quickly spiraling out of control for Antic.
Yeah, with Bob finding face cream as well, it's all down to River and Nasty to try to do some sort of a comeback, but yeah, look, Warriors feel and look very much revitalized here. Smoke grenades in the early contention on the stairs, not even the site, which is a good decision and a good time to really utilize them. Forces Antic to start rotating over to either the main stairs or the Astro stairs, which will take them quite a while to face check and clean out that whole roam. Obviously, no presence whatsoever from the side of defense, but there will be some movement towards that buffer room, and well, Nasty is lit up to even lower amount of HP, which is not looking particularly good, but Antic through and through kind of just fumbled there on their whole execution.
Repeated fumbles across the board. River looking to get aggressive, but he's just taken out. Bopped by Bopped. Looking for more Nasty. Shut down by Schmidt, and a much cleaner round from the Warriors after the rehost. And we sit now, currently, at 2-2.
Oh, well. How the turntables? Really, at the moment,
Would you believe we've got one more match after this?
Yeah. That's what it's just about to go into, at least for New Zealand time, is just 30 minutes shy away from a midnight. So yeah, we're in for a long haul here, it seems. So
us and Face Cream doing the late night hours.
Yes, putting in the late night hours, late night effort. But so are both Warriors and Antic. Look, it certainly looks like we've kind of started off with a quickie, but close to the conclusion of the match day, Warriors and Antic are certainly looking to make this a lengthy one. Both teams not really wanting to really give away too many points before they start their own comeback, which is a good overall effort, but it does also signal for the fact that neither of the team can fully achieve that kind of that much needed closure in the way how they perform, the way how they play, which by the conclusion of it all does result in a bit of a fumbling, kind of in a bit of a almost chaotic kind of
Attackers are moving out to locate
turnout.
a bomb and defuse it.
Well, then we wait for, I suppose, waiting if Owen will decide to swing the code hanging room once again for the third time, but this time with a third different operator.
Look, a man's just trying to complete his compendium of operators. Prisma shot at. Jordo gonna move over towards Mud Room, try and get the scan off, but the cardiac sensor unfortunately not gonna reach the distance needed. Shont goes toe to toe with River, takes some damage, and they will start to get this wall open from Pantry. Good timing from Antic. They've gotten themselves in a position to contest the site itself. River just going to vacate the premises for now, get himself outside, play a little bit more safely. But I mean, that ground taken early is pretty key for Antic.
Absolutely. Well, Antic are certainly looking to take a very firm control, at least around the Astro area. Bob had the opportunity to hang around there, but it seems like it's only down to Culture to actually play his position, all left all alone, and for him, he gets to try to hold onto the position of the statue, but very promptly actually vacates the area, which not a bad idea given that, well, the odds are not particularly looking in his favor. At least, though, Jordo does hang around just at the bottom of the Astro stairs. That could introduce a bit of a spanner in the works of it all, so quite a fair few opportunities, but sort of a C4 play will be very much necessary here and will very much decide what kind of tempo is being set here between the two rosters, as now finally the Astro control has been finally fallen into the control of Antic.
Probably the most passive round we've seen so far in this matchup. Not a single kill yet. Damage, yes, but kills, no. Nasty up in trophy, trying to establish some long angles down to that first floor to contest the Warriors. But right now, not to be heading to the final minute, and there's just so much in terms of proximity that hasn't translated into kills.
Indeed, a little culture. The Needle could find here a really big frag, completely unaware, caught with the pants down, Nasty left all alone there and completely just ignored. Jordo finds his frag onto Wazoo, and that all of a sudden leaves Antic toothless as River falls as well. It's all down to Owen and Face Cream. Well, the dynamic duo will have quite a fair bit of work on their hands.
Owen unfortunately caught, look at the wrong direction. It's going to be a flawless across the board, one of their own. In fact, for the Vodafone Warriors, one apiece. And finally, I mean, after a bit of a drought, they take 3 in a row to take the lead.
Yeah, there we go. Good return to form. Whilst it looked a little bit alarming at the beginning of it all, with Antic very convincingly, might I add, taking some good control of the rounds and of the sites. That momentum has ever since then been diminished to basically, well, nothing. And it's sort of once again, a very confusing kind of state that we find ourselves in, given that Atlantic started off so well. Where did all that momentum go? How come we're not seeing the very same aggression in form of even just live droning, have, say, players like River, players like Owen just be live droned in to allow those entry frags? Because F2 is a phenomenal gun. The ARX can do a lot of damage, albeit the only thing that holds it back is the mag size, but in the right hands, it is an absolute beam of death. I mean, you look at Tiltek, man was just an absolute machine when it came down to the play on bank. So I'm wondering if it's more so now a problem within the heads of Antic players rather than kind of them being countered, because, well, not a whole lot of things really changed.
I do have to wonder how much the back-to-back rehosts have played into it, because that was a long period of break after the third round as well, no less. And let's be honest, it is also Villa, which for the most part in Oceanic Challenger League history and even ANZ history on the whole has been more often than not defender-sided. So 2 rounds for Antic on the attack, that's still doable. If they bag a third here, that's even better.
We'll have to wait and see if that is going to actually come to fruition. So far, well, we've been roasting Warriors, saying that they look almost spineless without Boff and King Grill Schmidt finally on the board here as well within this round. And seems like all that coordination, all that spine kind of came back. Maybe Boff has retired himself back to the kind of the coach role, because, well, that is good read so far. It finally seems like some sort of coordination, some good communication finally is back into the swing of things. Maybe the comms have cleared out even as well. So overall, looking like Warriors have managed to revitalize themselves on the side of Antic, though. They are, again, the drone game is very much lackluster. Barely any, as a matter of fact. And whilst, yes, pre-placed drones are all good and great, but having some sort of a live information gathering tool would have been very impactful. And bopped. Oh, disgusting swing there.
Looking for more bot for a second. His face cream taken as well. Nasty at least will answer back. It comes at a cost of about a third of his health, so it's not going to be a flawless round for them. The little bank of the frag grenade, and, well, Nasty almost takes himself out. A 4-2 defensive half is pretty solid, but it's not the end of the world for Antic. They can now then transition onto their own defense and look to carry it across the line. There's only so much I think you can read into the remainder of this round. Nasty did a significant portion of his own health and damage with that frag grenade. He's going to look to push, make something happen with the toxic canister, throw an Astro. He's going to be enough to finish him off. The Warriors, it's a 4-2 defensive half. But, I mean, again, I don't think that's enough of a reason to count Antic out.
No, not at all. Yeah, look, Antic still have a chance. I mean, it's still a very workable scoreline. 4-2 is relatively okay to run about with. Now, for Antic, straight away, looking to lock in Clash and Chunker, so the play for that pace down is certainly being enforced there. On top of it all, the Smoke and a Rooney as well to boot, with Jaeger kind of being there for that much needed projectile denial. I mean, you look at the lineup of the operators as well for New Zealand Warriors. Jackal, Iana, Hibana, you have the Twitch and the Finka as well. Obviously, all of those could be changed in an instant, but even with that, quite a lot of throwable utility that will be utilized through and through. So, River's utility, Nasty's utility will be put to test through and through. Whereas, well, for Antic, now that they have what basically is a walking castle in the form of the Clash, well, they need to make sure that to put it to the full usage and make sure to play around the Clash pick quite well, because otherwise, well, almost would feel like a bit of a thrown away opportunity.
I mean, the potential plant denial utility as well in and of itself is pretty terrifying. They don't even have a nitro cell, but they've got, what, 14 Shamika grenades, 3 toxic canisters, the amount of time denial they have available to them, all while Wazoo is in play on this Clash is, look, terrifying is probably the most apt description of what we could witness here, just being able to slow players down with that shock shield and the grenades and the toxic canisters coming into play. Someone is going to either burn to death or asphyxiate this round.
Certainly the pain train would be rather frustrating to deal with, and straight off the bat, River looks to be that problem right at the entry point of Warriors' attack. Doesn't really have the, you know, the long-range capabilities of the scope like their opponents do, but still have plenty of ground to really walk away. The DP-27 could be a rather formidable, but also a little bit of a difficult-to-control weapon to utilize, especially against some of the higher rate of fire weapons. A little bit of an unforgiving one in a similar vein how UMP is, but Nasty could be in a really good position, though. Red easily there, or maybe just a pre-thrown grenade, something as part of the, well, drills that they would have ran, but that was a good read with that grenade.
Massive kill as well, taking Nasty out of the equation. That's insane. It's definitely going to be one to check back on the match replay at the end of the day. Really unfortunate there for Nasty and being forced into the position they are now currently. In the 4 versus 5, the ping's coming on through. The position of Wazoo, this nade is going to do huge damage if it connects, but no, not to be. Wazoo. Perfect timing, backs off at the right moment. Owen will fall still, so no smoke. It now remains down to Face Cream, Wazoo and River to hold on.
Oh, still plenty of opportunities. Oh, Wazoo nearly absolutely bursted down there, but Face Cream is the one to get the better of him. Another swing comes about. That's a double for Face Cream. Actually, he does make it work really, really well. And another contestation. Once again, Warriors, for some reason, just end up trying to take those gunfights one-on-one, whereas they have the player and the number advantages, unfortunately, just not to be used, at least yet. And 40 seconds remaining. Well, this is now starting to look problematic as the Shamika launcher is starting to get busted out.
They have the sight, but unfortunately, Wazoo decides to drop the shield and go for the gun. No. River falls, and that might just cost them here. Schmidt looking for the plant. The cover there from Jordo. Face Cream, does he have the angle? Shamika grenades are out, but it looks like it's too little too late. And, well, Schmidt will burn just a little bit. The plant will be going down. And the time now favors the attackers. Face Cream a little bit flustered from what just happened. And you can see the relocation from the Warriors into a more favorable attacker situation. Player main stairs, the pre-fire there, not going to connect. Looking, they know that there are players nearby, and unfortunately for Face Cream, Jordo is tucked in behind the vault door, so they might have some info, but it's not nearly enough. The pre-fire, is it going to be good? No, it's not. And a massively fumbled bag there. The shield play could have turned that round on its head, but Wazoo decides to get aggressive, and the Warriors will carry on the pain train.
Face Cream had the Shamika grenades there to bounce off to try to just clear out even passively and force the Jackal to essentially swing him rather than for the Chunker to swing the Jackal, which maybe feels like a too difficult of a decision, maybe amidst all of the absolute stress that is the 1v2 situation in a post plant as well. But certainly, yeah, look, Antic once again feeling a little bit flustered with how they
Defenders,
perform,
protect
how
your bombs from
they
being defused by attackers.
act, how they just make those decisions on as to whom to swing, how to swing, and where to swing. And the result is, well, the 5-2 scoreline with Warriors only 2 points away from, well, propelling themselves away from that tiebreaker that they found themselves in between themselves and K16 to push for, well, that contention for the Walter Zelius, funnily enough. Actually, no, pardon me. If this is a 3-pointer, pardon me, this is a contention directly against Dynasty. Uh-oh.
10 seconds left.
Well, a 5-2 lead for the Warriors, and
5 seconds to go.
one that is quickly spiraling out of control for Antic, who were looking good at the start of the
Attackers objective is to
matchup.
locate a bomb and
But right
defuse
now,
it.
it is not the case anymore. They are down 5 rounds in a row at this point. Face Cream looking to get aggressive up here in the master bedroom. Orgay 3 in hand. A player on Repel could find themselves in a little trouble in just a moment as well, covering that hatch. Might be his own downfall, given there's just too many options to try and cover. Just you got to wonder, Wazoo though on that pulse could help change the momentum.
The pulse could definitely bring that big opener, but with Owen going down to the hands of Culture, that is unfortunate. That is such a heavy control over the red stairs. That is no more a thing. Frag grenade to come out could possibly even tag the pulse, but thankfully for Wazoo, he does bail out of that position. The M1014 comes in clutch. Nasty gets another one. All of a sudden, the Warriors lineup completely falling apart.
Trinalise will catch the back end of River and take him down as he rotates back up Astro. Well and truly on cams and spotted from that position. They know where he is. Sean and Schmidt, they've clutched up before. They have diffuser control still, as it is split of all bomb sites to be approaching. Wazoo with this M1014, the shotgun pulse, a throwback. The OG of the Oceanic Challenger League, MT Jax, has been already quite useful.
Absolutely. M1014 certainly done the right work. It is a perfect gun for the vertical play as well, given the sheer destructibility of the soft terrain as well. An absolutely disgusting weapon to use, an absolutely phenomenal one for the right situation. Obviously, Pulse has been a really good pick here and a good read, but interestingly enough, well, rotation's starting to come about. Schmid has an inkling that somebody may be flanking him around, including that very Pulse that we were just talking about, but with a minute remaining, the entry into the site has to be done very quickly and very thoroughly, but they don't know about the presence of the Jaeger, or better yet, Jaeger doesn't know about the push. The control of the site is well and truly in their hands.
They will swing out. Face Cream, the captain of the team, will find the kill on to Sean. But what they don't know is Wazoo is still playing below with that M1014. Schmidt now knows where Face Cream is. Gonna swing, gonna get the kill. But it's this nitro cell that could upset, and Wazoo's done a great job of keeping hold of that, just looking for the pings, looking for the info. The soft floors galore. All he needs to do is find the right position. He's got to run. Schmidt is stuck it out, but it's the relocate. Schmidt knows he's in trouble. Losing him for a moment. The nitro cell toss. The shotgun trying to push him off it, but no! Wazoo has made the wrong call and let the plant go down, and Schmidt now resets the timer. Thought he had the shotgun angle. He's going to have to contest this with a pistol. An absolute whiff and a half has allowed the Warriors to take what could be this 6th round. Wazoo sitting... No. Okay, yeah, I didn't think it was going to happen, but that... Kasulu, that should never have been allowed to happen.
He had the C4 as well there. What was the idea there? Why not use the C4? It is a guaranteed borderline a nuke. Especially where he would have pre-placed it no matter what, even if the plant did go down. That is a freest kill in your life. How do you fumble a bag like this is absolutely beyond me, but I suppose it is what it is. 6th point for Warriors, and Antic. What borderline was nearly the easiest win that they could have copped here within the context of this matchup has been absolutely thrown away. And well, for Warriors, they happy. They are counting all their lucky stars as at the moment, with only 1 point away from a 3-pointer gain.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
I'm confused is probably the only scratches the surface of how I feel about the conclusion of that round.
6 rounds in a row from the double rehost, and well, unfortunately, it looks like another week here, Cthulhu, with Antic not being able to escape the bottom of the leaderboard, stuck the single point, barring some miracle where they win 4 rounds in a row to at least take it to overtime. It's just truly unfortunate.
Really unfortunate indeed. Yeah, look, Antic looks like they might just be continuing that whole streak of just unfortunate events. Alas, though, well, we still yet to see the actual conclusion of this whole absolutely frag fiesta. Back onto the shotgun games, though, for Owen, as he looks to try to maybe bring some sort of maybe his own luck, given that he's the master of the shotgun, all things shotgun, really, in Siege. But that mastery hasn't really netted a whole lot of wins, really, for the roster, which is probably the more frustrating point for the whole team. As it stands, 2 minutes and 23 seconds, we just might be seeing possibly Warriors try to make the final play. C4 in face screen, perfect read though onto Culture. Trade for 1-for-1, River for Culture. Not a bad decision given that Culture has been the Twitch, so that's one of the big playmakers. That's another swing, shotgun out. Where was Schmidt looking is completely beyond me, as so many people are taking so much damage. Shotguns out, but well, Antics still keep up their player count.
Jordo, recoverable. 2 versus 3 is still doable for them. But with Owen on the smoke still alive, can still look to make some plays. But I mean, chaotic. A large portion of this round is courtesy of Face Cream and that very convincing SMG play.
Oh yeah, the SMG play has been absolutely stunning here from Face Cream. For what it's worth, he held his position absolutely perfectly. Remainder 2 players of the Warriors do still have the window of opportunity to make a play, but again, it will require it to be very much isolated 1v1s. As it stands, the swings from the end of the 90 hallway could be very much dangerous. Shant as well, tagged through the drone hole, not leaving a lot of wiggle room. And impact could be big. Sure will be, but it doesn't get rid of the, well, the bottom 2 lines. But this is a bit of a, well, bit of a double-edged sword, which could throw in a spanner in the works. Wazoo very keen on taking that gunfight.
Which unfortunately was a little bit more aggressive with the impacts. You could have found both of them. Shot falls, Owen swings in. Jordo has snuck his way into the vault. But look, he's got more ammo than health right now. Does he know? He finds the angle in to study. It's Owen, of course, there to wait for him. And Prone just in by the pool table. Wazoo waiting. They've just got their bases covered. They don't want to wait. They don't have to mess around. And Owen, the shotgun king himself, doesn't hit the deck, but hits the shot anyway.
Yeah, still keeping it nice and snappy. Antic not really too keen on going into the night quietly, as all things considered, but still a 3-round differential will certainly still be applying plenty of pressure, because no more of the mistakes can be tolerated, no more of those buffers for mistake. All of that completely diminished, leaving Antic with the kind of one simple objective, and that is to survive within this very matchup, because anything else will basically result in a loss and, well, not being able to net any sort of points. Because for them, look, I suppose bottom line is they would at least want to get 1 more point, to not feel at least 2 left out on the whole leaderboard, because by the conclusion of 4th Playday sitting with only a singular point, look, some changes need to be made.
And to start, we could potentially be about to see some, both defensive halves traded 4-2. Well, unfortunately, Antic find themselves back up against the wall right now. Wazoo back on the M10-14 pulse. Going to be looking to, I would imagine, commit to the Nitro Cell a little bit earlier this time around. But last time they were here, they did actually bring it incredibly close.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They did manage to bring it close, but alas, by the conclusion, they will. the closure was just not there, not enough kind of deal. Possibly could be seeing some very interesting plays from Owen as well. And by interesting, it's just vertical and roaming plays by the mute, which is usually not the operator that you see really be out there on roam, albeit the loadout does allow for certain interesting swings. And ZW once again, another try to finally score that match-winning round, but again, they're just about as close to winning it as they are to losing it, it seems. And whereas on the side of Antic, I gotta commend, they're still managing to keep up a really good play. Once again, the shotgun does come out. This time it is from vertical up above, and Wazoo certainly full well knowing that not a whole lot of push and pressure is about to yet come on the second floor. Utilizes the space of the site through and through.
That scanner is invaluable. Jordo tagged very heavy right now. They're looking to make something happen with these frag grenades from below, but Owen, again, just relocating a little bit. Keeps himself healthy enough for the remainder of the round. We got to the final 90. There's a lot of health missing from the Warriors.
Absolutely. Warriors tagged up quite thoroughly, but Schmidt still has one more boost, so should still be able to keep Jordo relatively alive, albeit relatively is still a very stretched kind of meaning to it all, but the culture, well, not for long in this matchup, as Face Cream just decides to, the moment he hears the Volton sound, swing in, get the frag, and, well, call it a day. On the side of Bopt, he's on a one-man crusade to the Astro push, and, well, in hopes of finding some sort of a frag grenade, the frag Schmidt will really be getting a whole lot. It's a very much of a pace down, and that aggression has been very much diminished. I say that lineup, though, was perfect for the Iana.
2 in the third, in fact, and all of a sudden, what looked like it could be a very convincing round. Oh, Schmidt somehow leaves that, and Face Cream's position becomes that much more untenable. Bot swinging in, finds his third of the round. He somehow lines up 2 on the site, and it's down to Nasty as Shant is on the plant, and this could be all over in just a second. Yeah, in fact, it is. In Cthulhu, the Warriors, look, they bounce back, and unfortunately for Antic, they remain bottom of the leaderboard for this week.
Unfortunate indeed for Antic. No points, no chances yet, and yeah, Warriors looked initially lost, but finally managed to regain composure after a little bit of a flustered beginning to the matchup. 7-3 being the end scoreline does certainly promote a interesting set of possibilities for Warriors as it stands out of that bottom of the leaderboard tiebreaker, now contesting points with Dynasty.
Yeah, and I mean, again, a messy map through and through. You a 2-round lead, and then back-to-back rehosts, and then it's just all Warriors at the end of the day. Honestly, you just got to feel for Antic at this point.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, unfortunate turnout for Antic, given their such a stellar performance at the very beginning. But yeah, something went wrong, something went absolutely sideways, and all that aggression, all of that momentum, all of that kind of convincing play completely vanished from that, and all that confidence completely wiped off their faces. So curious as to what is actually happening in the camp of Antic, but on the side of Warriors, look, good return to form.
I mean, look, yeah, it has been a great return to form, and it's good to see them starting to bounce back, especially, you know, given there's still 3 weeks in play. We do have our interviewee, of course, Shant, coming in for a bit of a chat after that match. Now, look, Shant, you had us in the beginning, Antic take 2 rounds, and then you finally get on the board before the TAC rehost. I mean, what was going on? What was being said in the Warriors camp after that 3rd round?
Oh, look, it was pretty tough, obviously. We lost those first 2 rounds. Really just came down to communication, not talking up, maybe a bit cold on the start. Just sort of went flowing as the team that we are.
Actually, speaking of the team, we haven't really seen Boff or King Grills really appear. How was the rest of the roster kind of looking to adjust for that, given I would assume that those two were kind of the initial ones to put the kind of the level-headed approach, and how was it to rebuild the team from there on?
Yeah, for sure. It's been tough without them, but Boff's still been around in the background a bit. He's still helping us out. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Look, you guys started with an absolute stunner over Dynasty. It's then been a couple of rough weeks. You've now bounced back. I mean, what does it take, to suffer 2 losses like you did in the last 2 weeks and then bring it into... What sort of prep have you guys been going through? What has gone into this match to pick up the win?
Yeah, after those first 2 losses, that was pretty tough. And then we sort of realized we really have to kick it into gear and, scrim a lot more, dry runs, practice, building up our strats a lot better. And just altogether getting more time on the game.
Well, look, after the rehost, you guys looked absolutely stellar. Congratulations on another win under the belt. But before we let you head off, anyone you want to shout out?
Shout out to all the boys on the team. Did a great job tonight.
Well, look,
Cheers.
congratulations.
Thanks, guys.
We'll let you head off, celebrate that victory. We look forward to seeing you next week, Cthulhu. 3rd match under the belt, of course. We've still got 1 more to go. And, I mean, look, it's good to see a return to form there from the Vodafone Warriors. Do you honestly... Does it stop here? Can they carry it on?
Honestly, they have the potential. It's just more so how much do they unleash of that potential and how they form it. That is all completely on them. But honestly, I could see them contest at least for that top 4 position and certainly, well, avoid that bottom of the leaderboard for as long as they possibly can.
Well, when we come back after the break, it's 2 teams that are linked in blood and players, of course. It's LFO taking on Altered Zelios in our final match of the evening. Cthulhu. When we come back after the break, we jump on into the last match of the evening. We'll see you then.
Tonight is the night, there's no better time to start. Take my hand and jump in. I wanna let loose, get up to something. Give me a baseline bumping, stuck in my head, no running away. No running, no running away, no running. Sink into the groove, let your body move. You don't need to know the tune, I'll show you the way. I'll show you the way. High on life, cut the brakes, let the night take over. Take a dive, ride the wave, take 1 more step closer. High on life, cut the brakes, let the night take over. Take a dive, ride the wave, take 1 more step closer.
It feels like we began Playday 4 an eon ago, but Cthulhu, we're finally coming into the final match of the evening. LFO taking on Altered Zelios. And I mean, LFO, the front man for the team, a former and key member of the Altered Zelios roster last year.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, Mackenzie and Cole managed to end up forming a whole new team ready to absolutely roll into this season. Look, they had a very bumpy ride, but they still managed to lock themselves in that 5th position, whereas on the side of Altered Zelios, 4th position. So by far, out of tonight's matchup, one of the more closer ones, barring the Kraken versus Dynasty, but that ended up rather tragically. So for this one, look, we're expecting it to be a little bit more close, but given the fact that, well, as you can see on the rosters, Flux is being reintroduced, Nick, no, at least for tonight, is not playing, does indicate for some interesting possibilities that Altered Zelios could really propel themselves even further on the leaderboard, since Nick was one of the big performers for LFWO.
Yeah, from what we hear, I believe it was internet issues. It's gone out for a good wee while, so yeah, he won't be... Look at that! Aesthetics for days on the back wall coming into tonight. They're looking... Look, I mean, is this enough, do you reckon, to carry them into the stratosphere?
Look, I mean, stellar performance requires stellar aesthetics, and certainly that could be one of the big tools. I mean, we meme about that, but certainly it could introduce a nicer kind of, atmosphere, and overall mental game is certainly one of those very key features that a lot of players do seem to, well, occasionally, quite frequently rather, emphasize. But overall, I gotta say, both teams are a very able set of rosters, and certainly, especially talking about LFWO, I mean, Mackenzie, Fluxus, Tesla, Kinsey, Drift Zone, a bit of this, bit of that from you have from Altered Zelios, you have from Warriors, you have even from Kraken. Drift Zone used to be a sub player, unfortunately didn't really see any action whatsoever within Kraken, but in this one seen plenty of action already as part of the core roster of LFWO on the side of Altered Zelios. Look, overall a good roster, but the key feature of Altered Zelios is the fact that they all kind of, as been stated by Goonbag before, playing all for the fun, for the memes, and this is one of the more dangerous real aspects of Altered Zelios, purely for the fact that, well, it's difficult to predict how they play. Their playstyle is very erratic, very spontaneous, very chaotic in certain situations, whereas on the side of LFO, they are trying to introduce a little bit more of that structure into their gameplay. So it's the chaos versus structure versus that order. It does make for a very explosive yet chaotic gameplay, which I am very much expecting from both of the rosters.
And look, we get graced with the presence of the one and only Flux Zeus again, back in the Oceanic Challenger League, stepping in for Nick, of course. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one. But as we, turn our attention to what could be and what will be, obviously, in this matchup, Cthulhu, there's a number of possible, playgrounds for us to head to and results for us to see. But I mean, is this even about standings on the leaderboard anymore? Is this just a grudge match, do you reckon?
Look, to a certain degree, it could be a grudge match, given that quite a fair bit of history between certain players, especially now Mackenzie and the rest of Altered Zelios roster. Plus, there's been a few meme tussles on even the socials between some of the players of LFO and Altered Zelios. So I think...
Sorry, I just saw what's on Flux's shirt. It says, "How are you really?"
Yeah. That's the question that should be asked Antics after all of their failures, unfortunately. So, answer basically will be Spain without the
look, will it be Spain? That's the question. Though, unfortunately, Spain is no longer an option in the map vetoes, of course. Coastline taken out. But what is available? We've got 9 maps in the pool and only 1 remaining. We are going back to Villa. Cthulhu, we could have had Border, Bank, or Theme Park. Look at that. Skyscraper, Theme Park, Border, and Bank is our final 4 before we headed to Villa.
The proper way, Panda, the proper way to describe this, we have, all these good maps. Skyscraper, Theme Park, Border, Bank, and then...
Look, it's not even that. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
I'm the one that hates this map to my absolute bones. At this point, I'd rather even have an Oregon or a Clubhouse. Purely for the sheer fact that this map just genuinely, we've so far been seeing very similar plays. We haven't seen a whole lot of, big roam plays, big flanks from the attack. It's always been very one-dimensional, and so far teams have not been really delivering on anything new. But again, if if it works, why change it? I suppose.
Look, Xenox used to hate this map as well, but he leaned into it. He embraced it.
Maybe I should
Surely you
ask
could
him
do
for
the
some
same,
pointers,
yeah.
yeah.
Just ask him some pointers. Lean into it, embrace it, Cthulhu. We're going to be heading to Villa as our final map of the evening. Back-to-back trips to the Tuscan countryside. And look, we've already seen a little bit of how it's played out and how it plays. Look, no real expectations coming into this, but we know for sure, you know, there is a lot that could come into this matchup. Mackenzie, a volatile, dynamic player for this LFO roster, heading things up, is a player that can have huge impact, especially on a map that allows deep roam. Whereas you look at Altered Zelios, again, they're here to play a bit of upset. They're here to have a bit of fun. This is a map they can have a lot of fun on.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Villa could certainly allow them to have a little bit of fun, cheeky bit of tomfoolery, one could even say. On the side of LFO, look, they are looking to try to do something here, try to do something different, because whilst you do say, yes, Mackenzie is a big volatile element of it all, the rest of the team hasn't really been able to match that volatility of the player. So it's been kind of one chaotic and all four, well, constructed players.
Well, constructed is, well,
even
where
a
we're
word?
heading. It's constructed. It's a word. But the construction of this map is a very interesting one. Lots of verticality, lots of roam potential, and we are going to see these two teams probably more often than not make the most of it as we get into the op ban phase. Well, constructed it may be, but some of these key operators that could be banned out might have changed that.
Quite possibly, actually, yeah. The ban phase would be rather interesting here to me, given that, well, Altered Zelios did manage to bring out a couple of very peculiar bans previously, and so did LFO. In comes the first ban, and it is, well, Flores. Understandably so, the operator that, even in some of the more serious comps, can be very much of a frustrating element to deal with. Well, he will not get to really play around for too long. His second comes in, and that is a knock. Well, Altered Zelios do very much know their opponents and know exactly that knock could be a big problem, yeah, in honor of Nick, yes. Thank you, Rice.
Yeah, look, unfortunately, you got to pay respect where respect is due, and unfortunately, Nick not being able to play. I don't know if Fluxzeus is someone who would play that much Nook in the grand scheme of things, but they're a little bit more understandable in the veto phase. Where do we go from here, though? Is it a Kaid? Is it a Valkyrie, which you would expect? There's a lot that could come into this final ban, and there we go, Valkyrie. Understandable.
Okay. Well, yeah, Valkyrie is one of those very impactful operators, more so than even the Pulse, given that so much information can be really diverted to, so many opportunities are there ready that could be presented, pardon me. But Living Room and Library is going to be the first choice for LFO's defense. Interestingly enough, this is the site that usually is very much avoided by a majority of the teams, because given it requires quite a lot of vertical presence. It almost needs kind of a similar presence how on, say, Cafe Dostoevsky you need to have vertical presence in the cocktail lounge or even bar itself, and it does certainly promote kind of very similar turnout, but again, not as necessary, I would say, as it is on Cafe. So curious how LFO will really approach this. They do have the Melusi and the castle to try to slow down certain approaches, but ultimately I would imagine Kinsey and Mackenzie will be the ones to try to make those big plays happen, with Fluxzeus kind of backing them up.
The location of a bomb.
Well,
Seconds to go.
Flux, I mean, we haven't seen Flux since Stage 3 last year. It's been a while since he last graced us in the Oceanic Challenger League, but seeing him come back, you love it. Absolutely love it. Another New Zealander as well in the comp.
True. Definitely a gamer worth noting, that he could do a lot of big things for the team, but yeah, just wasn't really given a whole lot of room to, you know, spread his wings and kind of just go hard with some of those plays. But maybe in the context of this roster, he will be able to do quite a number of good things. Overall, so far, well, good initial entry. Once again, Altered Zelios beginning a really nice, really aggressive push, and the live drone for Sledge certainly looking rather promising.
Rice just charging on through with this active drone coverage. Looking to get some vert above the bomb site, but they also know that they need to get some control. over 90 as well. Trip in there, just waiting for the indicator.
Ooh.
And Banana just swings out onto the awning and finds Fluxus's head all the way into Aviator. I don't even think Flux Yui could die from there.
Yeah, I would imagine poor man just was caught absolutely bamboozled there, really, with the way he just got absolutely shut down. But the rest of the team still now looked like they just got scared off almost. Kinsey, yeah, look, the moment he doesn't have another person to go into a crossfire with, just decides to bail out from the position. A little bit of a unnecessary use of that finger boost, that to just maybe give a little bit more of, I suppose, safety for the swings, albeit it doesn't save you from the headshot, my man. It's Kinsey just absolutely clean swing.
Tesla takes down yet another Skiv, the sub addition to this Altered Zelios roster. Unfortunately, in his debut match, is taken down before he can even have any real impact in the map. And Tesla playing red, looking to find an angle to contest. Drifts playing on the smoke on the site. There's a lot of just small skirmishes going on around the map, and Banana gets encroached on by a former teammate who almost finds the follow-up onto Trippin as well. And we are quickly beginning to see which is the better of the two teams. I'm just kidding. It's still too early for that. But, I mean, Mackenzie, ex-teammate, now dead. Trippin takes him down. 2 vs 3, doable.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Very much so, yeah. It's still very much workable here for the Altered Zelios lineup. Rice and Trippin could do a lot of work, albeit it is Rice, the man who was struggling previously to get on the board. It's all up to him to try to make a play, but as it stands, no chances given at all. Shut down indeed, and look, LFOs looked a little bit soft and a bit maybe stiff on the sticks at the beginning, but by the conclusion of it all, a fair few swings from Mackenzie pretty much opened up that nice ground for redemption.
All shook because, you know, their former team captain is now fragging them out. A solid round for LFO to kick things off, and that early aggression showing across the map. But Living Room Library, of course, we didn't even touch on. The site wasn't seen by a single attacker. All the skirmishes, all the gunfights were taken elsewhere on the map.
Absolutely. Quite curious as to, well, what goes behind the scenes there, because, well, that is an interesting decision because, well, we didn't really see a whole lot of actual site play. They've picked the site, chucked some reinforcements around, and from there we just decided to roam. Yeah, it looks like we might just end up having yet another curse set up. We're back. Snip is back.
For the love, I don't know if he might not be though. That might have been an auto pick.
Attackers
Even then,
nothing in chat though.
Still working.
So look, he's got the pick on the finger as well. So look, we're good for now. We won't let it happen, unfortunately. But oh, Mike, Thulu, I have some troubling news.
Yes.
The one, the only, the most impactful player in the Women's League, Crips T, is backing LFWO for this matchup, not her former teammates in Altered Zelios. What a turncoat!
That's an L. That's a loss. I'm sorry, Altered Zelios. You've had your chances, unfortunately. Yeah. If Crips T no longer backing you, that's it. GG. Game over, man. Memes aside, though, well, still plenty of chances for Altered Zelios to do any sort of work. I do have to say, though, that Trippin and Banana did initially start off things quite well.
Trippin, he's so... Oh, never mind.
Never mind.
Absolute cursed, and I don't want to make a call because I'm not an admin, but I do believe that we are so deep into the round that there is no possibility for a rehost. It has to be in the prep phase, if I remember correctly, because we were 15 seconds into the round itself. So I think that does discount Altered Zelios from getting the rehost. Obviously, I could be wrong. The admins have that decision to make, not me. So there is a very real possibility that Altered Zelios will have to play the remainder of this round out. It looks like that might be the case, which, I mean, that's an added bonus for LFO right now.
Yeah. Not something that you would want as well, given the sheer magnitude of all of this. For LFO, they would want to obviously keep themselves afloat as much as possible. I mean, you look at the standings, they're the ones currently on a 4-pointer against Altered Zelios, who is on a 5-pointer. At the moment, Altered Zelios score themselves the 3. They're now in contention against the Circular Spheres, which is rather unfortunate, but that just lengthens the sheer gap between the, say, the 6th place and the, well, 5th, 6th place and the rest of the leaderboard. What?
Goofed moment there.
Gift moment, indeed. What's happening there with Snip? Rice does get the better of Kinsey, but already the damage has been dealt. Tilt galore, maybe? Question mark?
Maybe low-key Snip is a bit of a hoarding problem. Doesn't want to let go of his grenades. Wants to be able to take them home, add them to his collection. But right, whoa, okay. Cheeky little angle there from Banana. Finds the waste of Flux through that deployable shield, or through the bottom of it at least. And that's decent damage dealt to him, but they still need to force their way in. The nade. Snip is left the game, so we've lost 2 of the 5 Altered Zelios members, and Skiv, the newest addition, unfortunately not going to find the nade or the kill. Rice finds himself alone. A truly unfortunate round 2 here on Villa for Altered Zelios, and I mean, maybe, just maybe, that Mackenzie will carry over the superiority to this new team.
Yeah, look, Mackenzie certainly is showing his prowess yet again, and certainly looking to be the one to be the one that pushing force. But I mean, still early rounds of the matchup, so we could be seeing some big turnarounds. Apart from that, look, Altered Zelios not really looking too hot. I mean, on top of the fact that, yeah, unfortunate disconnect and whatnot, the rest of the team just seem to be a little bit almost disconnected. Yes, they're playing for the fun, you know, playing for all the memes, but even then, I mean, we've seen Altered Zelios still be able to show some good ability to take control, a very firm control of the map, might I add. And now it's just all completely in shambles, and it begs for a question, well, what is actually happening in the camp of Altered Zelios, because all of them look very much concerned, not a whole lot of talks, and really it feels a little bit almost disconnected, maybe a tilt, maybe just to a certain degree they just maybe don't
honestly, at this point, the MVP of the evening is internet service providers.
True.
I think we've had, and I'm what, five issues with internet right now so far in Playday 4. Cursed Playday. You got to have one of them in a stage, and well, tonight's the night, unfortunately. But I mean, look, it's not over. We're going to have this issue sorted in just a mo, and then we get back into it. It's not an impossible comeback though. It's not totally spiraled out of control. This is well and truly doable for Altered Zelios.
Oh yeah, Altered Zelios could certainly make it work, and they could still quite certainly come back to it all, but as it stands so far, I mean, the defense from LF4 has been still looking very promising, all things considered. So, as long as they can keep up this momentum, can keep up this aggression, they could really just keep essentially clipping and absolutely shutting down any sort of advancements that Altered Zelios has been making, but definitely, I'm liking the sheer amount of just coordination that is coming in with LFO, despite some of the early hiccups. And the fact that, well, Fluxus's introduction hasn't yet seemed to have affected LFO too much, given that he hasn't really seen a whole lot of turnout yet, or rather, not a whole lot of action this season. It was mainly Nick. And Nick was a big impactful player, might I add, as well for LFO. So with his departure, certainly good to see that the rest of the team can still perform.
Mackenzie spotted on the drone, decides not to contest the main double just yet. Backs himself off a good long way for now. I don't want to say anything, because the risk that we might curse something and it'll break is just terrifying.
At this point, why not break everything else, really, at this, the way how things have been going. Tripping, though, does break Mackenzie's skull, though, amidst all this chaos, with a really nice long angle, might I add, as well. That was definitely something to keep an eye out for, but the rest of the team, well, forced to kind of almost nearly default back to the site, very up close, kind of close to heart kind of play being introduced here by LFO. At the moment as that initial aggression doesn't really work out, well, the Jackal play could very much be a bit of a thorn in the side.
Well, the Legion is certainly, even posthumously, Mackenzie is being a bit of a nuisance with the Goo Mines. Well, things again slow down. First pick found, and Altidelios alter their approach. They don't want to force the issue, and fortunately they don't take quite as slowly as they need to. Drift's finding they had a trip and to bring it back to a 4 versus 4, but also that being the buck off the board on a site such as the one being played is kind of detrimental.
Absolutely. Another chance for another set of gunfights will be coming about really, really soon as well. Tesla does go down to the hands of Rice. Not the outcome that LFO would really want, especially as they want to just keep up this whole momentum, given that the second round win has been almost gifted to them off the back of those disconnects. So maybe that disconnect kind of served as a slight break, breath of fresh air, but Flux is completely unaware, and there it is. Yeah, Rice keeps on farming up those frags. Banana, only just a fraction damage has been dealt to him. Another swing. Kinsey with a double. Kinsey could be a triple. No more a triple. It's all down to the hands of Drift Zone as he's about to be in a bit of a crossfire. Oh,
it wasn't even a double. It was stolen there by Drift, and it's actually a triple for Rice instead. Walking on through. The 50-round drum mag coming in massive for Rice in that round. And Altidelios, they will finally get on the board. Cthulhu, this is eerily similar to the last match we just casted in the Warriors versus Antic, which was a 2-round start, and then what was it, 6 rounds in a row from from the attacking side to the Warriors 6 rounds in a row to take a very commanding lead.
Yeah, look, wouldn't put it past that. This could be a very similar kind of outcome here, given the
many bombs as they can.
So far the pacing of how things really went down, that it oddly feels weird the way how things been really unraveling, because yeah, LFO had a phenomenal start, but now that kind of looking back at it all, it did very much depend on Mackenzie and Kinsey kind of popping off, and then the rest of the team cleaning up the remains of it all. The moment Mackenzie being shut down, and well, there's not a whole lot of room for playmaking. The rest of the team is forced to play very much of a hunker-down play. And that perfectly plays into the hands of Altidelios, as they want as much ground as possible for themselves for all those swings, for all the wide plays. The moment that opportunity is opened up, well, they just thrive on that. Because they can generate so much momentum of just the sheer size of the ground that being given to them. Now, by LFO, it's a good idea to try expanding even further and having a little bit more of an expanded position so they can at least fall back of some of those spots. But even then, you look at all the positioning of the defenders, very scarce. You don't have a lot of possibilities for refrags. You don't have a lot of possibilities to retake those positions, and most likely, it usually ends up being in kind of outfragged, outpositioned, and outpaced by AZ.
Well, Skip was almost outfragged there by Tesla from the looks of things down on that first floor. And yeah, I mean, it's Villa, which is interesting that we aren't seeing, the heavy deep roam that we are expected of this match. Yes, there is vertical presence, but I mean, that's how you play living room and library. If you're playing it any other way, chances are you're going to hand that over. Same even with dining and kitchen. You play the vertical presence. You hold upstairs and try and resist that way. But we're not seeing, some hectic deep roam. Tesla, he's now going to go for it. And, well, Rice catches him on the retreat down the pantry stairs. But it's one of those things, if you're going to commit to a roam like that, you need to be in position far earlier than you're finding yourself. Oh, Toesies.
Oh, yeah, Kinsey has had a really nice angle right onto the doorway, but finally he does get the better of Trippin, though, that is. So that's the buck once again out of the equation. Trippin has been, on a few occasions, being able to find himself in really nice situations, but as funny as it sounds, at least in the context of Altidelios, Rice is the one who has been making all the big moves to push his team to get those good ground advances, and so far so good. I mean, the Sledge player certainly making all that work, is doing some good job. Snip, unfortunately, not feeling too hot, but the plant is already starting to go down.
Nana is looking to secure the plant right now, swinging on in, spotted and drifts finally. Get a connect, but unfortunately too little too late. Skip as well, going to trade him back after the plant is secured. Mackenzie, not quite sure where he needs to be looking. Fluxus there in support, and Kinsey. There's a lot of ground that needs to be covered here by LFO to pinch back and contest this plant, and Rice is just fragging out of his mind. Mackenzie doesn't know there's a player in sheets. Kinsey does. Rice falls to Mackenzie in the end, and they will clean things up and get the defuse. Altered Zelios, unfortunately, just missing out on the opportunity there, will gift LFO their third round.
Bomb defusing attempt
Well,
failed. Defenders win.
once again, Panda. Who was the last two remaining players that left alive? Kinsey and Mackenzie. They're the ones that were able to make the plays. They were the ones to claim the round. The rest of LF4 kind of feeling a little bit almost toothless. And I hate to say that because Driftzone still was able to commit at least a frag to his name during that round, but the rest of the team kind of ended up falling off the face of the earth. Tesla got fragged out on his retreat. Fluxus kind of just, faded away, I believe, post-plant, or actually during the plant. So he was the one that got fragged out.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
And kind of,
defused by attackers.
what else was left there, apart from Kinsey and Mackenzie to just, absolutely go sicko mode. So, on the side of Altadelius, though, again, losing out that buck in the early stages does not really give a lot of promises, and with Snip kind of not really being able to stay alive for long enough to use all three of his bits of his utility with the health boosts, it kind of almost feels like a pointless pick.
Well, I mean, yeah, look, the truth in words, as you just
10
stated.
seconds to insertion.
But I mean, it's Rice that has really been having this big impact factor. So,
5 seconds to go.
and it is a joke that even Altered Zelios has poked fun at. Is when Rice is fragging, something is not quite going the way that it was planned to be. But in saying that, you don't turn your nose up at a cash cow. If Rice is fragging, let him frag, enable him to frag. And already we've seen a number of very impressive fragging sprees from him.
Yeah. Well, already Snip does get isolated yet again on a phenomenal spawn peak. Yet again, Mackenzie is just going absolutely ballistic. He wants some more. This time off a spawn peak, and, well, thankfully this time it was only a Zofia that did go down to the hands of Mackenzie, albeit that's still a lot of utility plus a machine gun gone, so numbers disadvantage borderline from the get-go is being introduced to Altered Zelius. Thankfully it's not Trippin, who did go down first, but still Skiv is able to commit that Finker utility a little bit more thoroughly, as it seems like a very aggressive swing is about to incoming.
They go on 6 pop of the window, looking directly into the site. I don't know if they spotted the one, and they will find the frag, and Mackenzie relocates directly into Skiv's line of sight. 4 versus 4, and Rice looking to get himself on the upside down rappel, potentially. No, he's even hitting above. They know that there is going to be vert presence. In fact, almost the entirety of the team playing off-site above. You can see Tesla above, Kinsey above.
Bomb located by
Even,
attackers.
Flux Zeus nearly added back to the team above. Kinsey, though, drops down into laundry. If they'd had someone covering that angle, that could have been a free kill.
Absolutely, yeah. Free kill could certainly be achieved here. Something that LFO would be quite keen on acquiring, especially after the fact that they just lost one of their big performers, that is Mackenzie.
A bomb has
They will
been
want to
located.
get vertical here, but again, no contention whatsoever. We haven't, as a matter of fact, haven't really seen any sort of vertical setups from LF4, which is kind of alarming, really, given the fact that they are playing the kitchen and dining. But as it stands, Fluxus may be trying to make a play here, but again, the timing is not there. The plant is starting to go down. Nice flick there, but needs to find one more to make it an even ground. No, Trippin just does not make it work, and Rice wraps it all up. Altered Zelius, after an upsetting previous round, finally get back into the swing of things, but again, well, it's Rice fragging out.
Like I said, if the man's fragging out, don't bother him, don't touch him, don't mess with him, let him go for gold. And he's doing just that. A second round on the board despite a very rough start from Altered Zelios. They are clawing their way back to a 3-3 half. On the attack, no less.
Well, Aviator Roman Games is coming in with LFO still in the point lead. They could very much do
Defenders, protect your bombs from
a
being defused by attackers.
good job. Possibly now looking to make a statement here. If they can make this a 4-2 scoreline, Panda, certainly think that Ultrazilius could be still a little bit sweating, given that it's only been 2 rounds that they managed to take a win on, and whilst they were relatively decisive, it was off the back of Rice and either Trippin or Skiv really popping off. So it kind of almost feels like a similar kind of play here. So it's more so a battle of Rice and Trippin versus Mackenzie and Kinsey.
5
Because,
seconds.
you look at
It's
the
also
setups.
worth mentioning, of the 5 rounds played so far, one of them went LFO's way, the result of a DC in, at the start of the round and partially
True.
through the round. It was effectively a 3 versus 5. So, I'm not going to outright say it would have affected the result, but I think there is a possibility it would have been 50-50 in terms of who would have the 3rd round at the moment. And right now, look, we could see this end 3-3. Banana's back on it again, Cthulhu. Supernova, it's in play.
Hey, look, gotta respect the grind. The Supernova, especially when it's without the suppressor, it can have a rather formidable range, albeit don't expect it to be a slug shotgun. Kinsey out of the equation rather rapidly, courtesy of Skiv, which does make things a whole lot more difficult, because I don't think this is something that LFO would have really expected, this kind of early aggression, and this is good. This is a good change of pace for Ultrazilius, that they could really bank their play off. Oh my god.
Rice almost hit the 2 for the transfer between the cam and the player down in the basement. Tesla, unfortunately, not going to be given the opportunity to best him down in the wine cellar. And all of a sudden, the momentum shift is there. Rice is 10-3. This is a scoreline that we have not seen from him in the Oceanic Challenger League.
Oh man. Difficult times for the rest of the Ultrazilius roster, it seems, as, well, they're not particularly looking to clean. Oh my god, Rice just saves. He saves the Iana player of Snip from the imminent death and sitting on getting closer and closer to being the Agent 007.
Oh my lord, what is going on here? Alton Zelios honestly should be tilted out of their minds. Black Zeus, no! Oh, he almost whiffed that. Does finally get the kill on to Trippin, but you see the 2 defenders isolated from one another. Banana swings in with the Bearing 9 and shuts down Drift. Bearing 9 versus the SMG11 there in that engagement. Rather interesting. Flux pushing up main. Has the shield. Player behind. Rice shut down. Looking for more. Flux almost catches out Snip. And going, okay, he's just being aggroed up on Banana. The Supernova not going to save him here. This is going to have to be an ace clutch from the former captain of the Warriors Esports if he wants to bring it back. And Alton Zelios staring down the barrel of a 3-3 half here, Cthulhu. Who would have thought?
Yeah, look, this is a little bit of a scary predicament here, but look, no worries. There's still an LMG in the play, so plenty of chances to connect finally the 2 needed shots there on the Fluxus. And look, unfortunate turnout there for LFO, but 3-3 is still a good return to form, given that, well, it was Ultrazilius on the attack, so them claiming those 3 points certainly has been quite crucial. Now, them going on to the defense should make things a whole lot more easier, at least in theory. Looking at the lineup as well, they are looking to introduce a little bit more kind of expanded but hunkered down kind of gameplay, meaning, well, they would obviously still want to introduce a fair bit of roam. Thunderbird could still do a lot of that work. Plus, the corner stations could really help reinforce certain spots and allow just a little bit longer of that presence, meaning more time to drain and more opportunities to just basically play for time and force the attacking side of LFO to get a little bit more hasty in their decision making.
Well, I mean, Rice is just having a stunner of a game. I think this is, one of the few times where he gets the opportunity to put his teammates on his shoulders and do the carrying. Usually he's the voice of reason from the back lines, keeping his team moving, chugging on forward.
Attacker's objective is to
But 3-3 in the half, who would have thought?
Honestly, I was expecting out of all the matchups for this one
100% to be the one to be, well, close in the scoreline. Because previously we were, yeah, look, the anti-game kind of didn't particularly go too promising. The Dynasty versus Kraken been a little bit of a lackluster turnout. So there's, yeah, a few big upsets that did happen. That did shake up the leaderboard rather thoroughly, but this one could really change things around even further and widen that gap between the top 4 and the bottom 4 positions. Banana out of the equation so early, courtesy of Kinsey. This does make things a whole lot more difficult for Altazelius to really cope with, given that, well, if that continues, that systematic kind of one-by-one outing of each one of the defensive players, this could be very much of a problematic case.
Unfortunate that Skiv forced to use the nitro to open up the hatch, but Rice in bike storage looking for something more aggressive. Pushing on through. I mean, look, he's not going to find it just yet. But you can see LFO testing the waters, trying to find where the resistance is, and Skiv punished by his lack of ammo in the mag. Mackenzie with a bit of BM to shut it down.
Clean deal. Once again, though, the ping does come about as Mackenzie does look to keep on rolling Fluxus. Oh my, yeah, look, a battle of the pre-fires through the wall certainly didn't make things a whole lot better for Snip. As Altazelius, look, they are looking like they are about to be shut down even further. Once again, it's down to Rice and Trippin to try to make a play, as Rice looking to commit even more frags to his stats, but, I mean, playing 1v5 is not particularly enjoyable, especially in comp rules.
Oh, Trippin, what a shot!
Wow.
Trip, no chance to even react to what just happened. The 2 versus 4 resistance on the side. It's Rice. These would be the 2 that pull it off. The drop down, looking to push through bike, and Rice knows that he is quickly being outmaneuvered and outflanked. The jump in, he misses the prime opportunity, spots the elbow, knows that there should be a repeat. Rice with their head. That is a huge frag. He's in trouble, and unfortunately Trippin falls. LFO take the first and the second half, but there was a momentary resistance.
It still kind of amuses me that the way how Altazelius, on the defense, especially Rice, was able to just stick around for as long as they did, despite the unfortunate turnout. I gotta give him props and kudos. That was still a very well-coordinated outcome, a good coordinated defense, mainly between the 2 players of Trippin and Rice, but the rest of the team kind of just got isolated from all these plays, and maybe some sort of a change needs to be reintroduced here, just purely off the back of that.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Refrags need to be done. I mean, you look at the way how LFO perform themselves. It's always refrag, no matter what. Yes, it may come a little bit on the later end of the spectrum, but it's certainly been rather consistent from their end, especially on the attack. So, I mean, reliance on your own skill is all good and nice, and having confidence in your own solo skill is all phenomenal and great, but without any sort of backing, well, once you have a hiccup, well, you can't remedy it in any shape or form, and you end up giving away a lot of ground, a lot of possibilities, a lot of time as well, especially to the attack. It's a side that is very much reliant on that time play.
Attackers are moving out to locate a
And
bomb
it almost feels, well, as if maybe it's the tiredness, maybe it's the lateness of the actual match that is settling in, but who knows, because it's certainly been a bit of a chaotic turnout for both teams, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's kind of what we expected coming to this matchup, of course, a bit of chaos. Mackenzie, a vocal advocate of the chaos and leaning into it. But L4, I mean, it was a dominant attack. They get themselves in, they get the job done. They tow it close to the line in a couple of those engagements, but they do push it on through. And Flux, well, look, he was pretty stoked with that last kill that he got from the walk-in closet. He's looking for more now. Wants to get in, wants to dish out some punishment. I mean, he's stretching his legs back in the OCL after such a long time.
Yeah, good time to really come back for him, especially with a roster that does have a fair bit of promise, but again, needs to certainly keep on pushing in the same direction. Would love to see a little bit more of a performance from Drizzone and Tesla, but I'm sorry,
Lucky. Well, look, Kinsey obviously that was his his intended target. We'll find it eventually, unfortunately, after, cleaving off the back of Mackenzie's skull. 4 versus 4. Unfortunately, the Jackal could have been quite an asset to have in round 8 here. The shots through the wall narrowly missing what looked to be Rice, of course. The EE1D. Kinsey's just holding this long angle through into 90 and Flux below. You can just see the encroaching, the pressure towards the side. LFO are taking very good ground.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, good take. Once again, another gunfight does
Oh,
Kinsey with a
Kinsey!
double. Oh my lord. Even tripping.
4 technically. He's got 4 for the round.
Yeah.
We'll include the Mackenzie kill, Banana.
Oh
He's in
my.
trouble. He's just going to prone his way through the side. The E1D giving away the game, but Kinsey whiffs on the shot.
Oh, no.
What? No, don't jump on the cam. No, the frag grenade. What is going on? Flux is going to save his ass right now. And it's Snip alone. That could have been absolutely chaotic. But Drift is on the plant. He's looking to lock it down. And Snip, unfortunately, in a bit of trouble and from a deficit in the round. LFO rapidly approaching that 5th round. This is not what you want to see. And honest, if we're being honest, it's KT's fault. This is what happens when she turns her back on Altered Zalios. Snip will finally get himself a kill in the round. But unfortunately, having forsaken her former teammates, the impact, oh my lord, it's a dangerous game, but Snip finds 2. I don't know if he's going to be able to find the full-fledged lot of them before he gets the timeout, unfortunately. Pings through the swing, Snip, oh no, if he just jumped on the diffuser it might have been, but no, Tesla shuts it down. It could have been close. The dream was almost there. Unfortunately not to be.
Yeah. Valiant effort, though, from Snip. That was a really good gameplay, but yeah, time was just not on his side, which did result in a very unfortunate conclusion. Now, being only 2 rounds away, LFO are getting inching closer and closer to finally scoring that much-needed 3-pointer, which will propel them rather high on the leaderboard. I mean, right above Warriors Esports as well, which, as funny as it sounds, will still keep the leaderboard nice and volatile as well, no matter what. And I definitely think that the final conclusive kind of setup will only be done by the conclusion of week 7. Apart from Kraken's lock-in for the first place, I think the rest of the positions are easily still contestable by all of the rosters, all remaining 7 rosters. Well, actually no, make it 6, because Antic so far just not it. They haven't been showing too well.
LFO, they just look to apply the pressure even further. You hate to see it, especially with Rice putting up as much of an effort as he is so far in Villa here. But there has to be a winner, there has to be a loser, and LFO edging closer to that win round after round.
Absolutely.
Attackers objective is to locate
Curious
a
to
bomb.
see.
Oh, Skiv, no.
Oh, Skiv, surely.
Ambitious, yeah, look, he's going to be ambitious. Does he stick it out? Is Tesla no?
Oh, okay, right. Yeah, backs off. Because yeah, if Tesla would have kept on sprinting, that would have been actually a huge win as well. Because Tesla on the line, that is a lot of info gathering utility that would be completely gone. But alas, that's not yet happening. But instead, it's an attempt to take control of the Astro, but a very ambitious swing by Snip. As it seems like for now, Ultizelis are starting to get a little bit more, almost desperate, one could even say. Just with the way how they swing, they're just wanting to force at least some sort of a player advantage in their favor.
Another scan to come through will reveal a couple of those key positions, but Mackenzie on the hunt down in the basement. Not going to have to worry about his teammate killing him, but just misses out on the opportunity to catch the tail end of the retreat there. But the swing, Snip tucked in the corner. Absolutely domed and dumpstered there. Snip out. Unfortunately, that resistance that we saw in the last round, not going to play out in the night.
No, we did, though, not even get to talk about the introduction of Capcan Panda, which could really swing the favor here quite substantially if played around in certain situations. Mackenzie found caught off guard. Phenomenal play, albeit C4 now also wasted.
No, 100% that was not a waste. That was one of the biggest brain plays I have seen. Baits out the attention with the nitro through the library wall. Now, look, there is an argument to be made whether it was wasted or not, but it got a kill, which I mean is more successful than most nitro cells.
I mean, yeah, look, true. More so, it's my just poor choice of words. Not wasted, but used up there. But there it is. That's what I've been talking about, Panda. There's the Capcan traps that could really make the play because LFO, they are aggressive, which could result in their ultimate demise. I say that though, Drift Zone does get the better of Banana, so player count is once again in favor of LFO.
On top of the smoke being taken out as well, Trippin, the last Nitro cell for the team, needs to hit the mark with that one. I don't think they can rely on these Capcan traps to deny the push on through. This is looking a little bleak for Altered Zelios and the fans, and well, it's going to take a solid effort from Altered Zelios to bounce back, and well, that's exactly what you're looking for. Trippin removes Flux Zeus, and one of the key guns off the board from the attack, going to the final 20 to swing. Kenzie catches Rice. They find Trippin as well. It is entirely in the hands of Skiv right now to clutch up the sub for the roster. In behind the vault door, he's missed his opportunity to deny the plant, goes to spray towards Classic, but it's not going to hit its mark either, unfortunately. This might just be LFO moving on to map point. Skiv finds the kill onto Kinsey, but at the cost of a significant portion of his health. This is not at all what you want. Sees the opening into vault, but it's a case of too little, too late. The plant just ticking away. Cthulhu, 2 versus 1. Skiv is going to have to hit every single head. That's the first. He's done it in better time than his teammate Snipped it. He's just going to find Tesla here with 22 remaining. This is doable. Just baiting out the knife peak. Breaks the pre-fires, gets himself in. He needs to hit the head here. If he can do it, the flash into disorientate Skiv. He's in trouble. What is he going to be able to do? 10 seconds. He hits the back, but no, not the ammo. And he's missed the opportunity. He's missed the timing. And LFO will take map point.
Well, LFO closer and closer to losing out the round, but not just there yet. Managing to push it to the match point certainly makes things, well, much more workable. Only one round away, though, from a 3-pointer. Now it's their job to not really throw the bag away and completely secure it. This is where they finally put the foot down, completely shut off all of the chances and possibilities, and it is possibly going to be done on the trophy statuary room, which is a site that could be extremely deadly. Now, with the introduction of both Warden and Pulse, say, flashbangs now lose a little bit of that flexibility and the impact that they usually bring, especially, well, outside of the need to burn the, say, the ADSs or any other utility. With the introduction of the Warden on the side of Rice as well, if he plays from below and not being cleared out, this is where problems may start compounding, because it's the same situation how it was back in Antic, albeit this time I would have faith in Rice to use the C4 rather than the shotgun or the SMG.
Well, 3 rounds needed. I mean, this could be what, one of the few weeks where we don't see an overtime in play.
Possibly.
It is a rare occurrence in the Oceanic Challenge League, but we are here and we are about to potentially close out the map. LFO. I mean, they're looking fierce at the moment.
Oh yeah. Finally, the roster that has awoken. Certainly looking to take some names and take some places. Could very much be that next upset factor, given the unfortunate demise of Dynasty tonight. After this, LFO could really will be the ones to propel themselves even higher on the leaderboard. Well, that means that that top 2 even position could now start being contested. I mean, a 7-pointer will be putting just only a point ahead of Warriors and Dynasty. And from there on, look, it's up to the teams to really keep themselves afloat in this whole absolute fiesta and then try to contest for Kraken and try to be that upset factor. I say that, though, Trippin does find that early frag first, but gets a little bit more
He can find the kill,
flustered.
but not the drone.
Yeah.
I mean, look, if that's not story, it's Rainbow Six Siege at its best. I don't know what is. He is going to get himself out of dodge, into the site, to safety for the moment. But you lose Mackenzie early again. That's your Jackal, that's your scan off the board, which is going to put you at a significant disadvantage, especially with some of these off-site players. The window pot by Tesla, that could have been disastrous for Altered Zelios if they'd lost a player there.
Yeah, that would have been really problematic, especially off the back of just trying to clear out a drone out of all the things would be very, very tilting and very problematic. What is problematic, though, is that push towards the living room, which would be rather problematic for the defense of Altazelius and will need to be, though, executed very well by LFO because there is a two-man presence as Kinsey does go down.
Skiv finds the kill and then caught on the reload. Tesla trades him back out almost immediately. That's two key players off the board. Mackenzie and Kenzie have been doing absolute bits for the team right now. And heading to the final minute, they would have been an absolute asset. But it's on the shoulders of Fluxus, Tesla, and Drifts. Two of the former five-man Warriors roster from 2021 and a former player for Kraken as well. If there was anyone in this server that could clutch up the 3 versus 4, it'd be them. But we head into the final 40. They've got to make it happen.
Absolutely. About to make an entrance into the site as well. Fluxus is the one to try to frontline the push. No, watching the wrong position, unfortunately, will result in his demise. 2v4 is looking to be like another point. Yeah, there it goes. 1v3 drift zone. If there is ever a time for a heroic clutch, it's now.
Flash on the side, but it's eaten by a mag. He's going to catch himself with it, unfortunately. Not the ideal situation, not necessarily the ideal situation to begin with, but he's going to get the kill on the trip in 11 seconds remaining. How does he hit that shot? There's no time and Snip will shut it down, but again, far too close for comfort if you're LFO.
Oh my lord. Absolutely just a stunner of a performance there, but unfortunately just not there yet for Drift Zone. This does shorten the points disadvantage between the Altazelius and LFO even further now, going into a 4-6 scoreline, a little bit closer than one would imagine, but still LFO still have a chance for that. But like I mentioned before, they just about as close as they are far away from claiming the 3-pointer for themselves, and could still very much fumble it all through and through. Now Aviator and Games, the side that was the one to be victorious for LFO in the previous iterations of it, could be the one that they could finally take and conclude our matchup and the Playday, as a matter of fact, for the whole week. So, Zelius now, once again pressured for the fact that they no longer have the ground for the mistakes, for the errors. It is now or never, otherwise they are looking at losing out another opportunity for the 3-pointer, albeit again, they are all playing here for, for the fun and all, but as it stands, them being left out on the 5-pointer will not really help them a whole great lot.
5 seconds to insertion.
Well, I mean, the comeback begins here, of course. 2 rounds needed for overtime. We might just get it. Now, and Trippin looking to be a bit aggressive. Playing for that main hallway, wants to find that opening onto anyone
Bomb diffuser has been dropped.
careless enough to stick their head out. Not going to be the case, it seems. As all of LFO going to play a little bit more cautiously. Mackenzie, I think, going to be a bit hesitant in this round. Doesn't want to stick his head out because he's suffered the opening gunfights a lot so far here on Villa.
Yeah. Oh. Looking at this round, therefore, in the previous couple of rounds, caught a little bit lacking on a certain performances. Now, we were talking about, well, they're getting closer and closer to losing out around it, and it certainly seems like that previous round certainly looked like the one to be the one lost out. Now, looking to try to recover, Mackenzie now bringing it in, instead of a Jackal, a Twitch, to ensure that majority of the, at least, well, not, if not majority, that at least a fraction of the utility could be taken out before any sort of pushes commences. But a very heavy presence in the study room already.
They're clearing out a lot of this utility as well. That massive inroads toward the side itself. Look at Mackenzie on the opening, removes Skiv's head with a last-minute flick, finds a second. Mackenzie's looking to make quick work of this potential final round. Unfortunately, is forced on the reload, swings out, and he's almost single-handedly taking control of Aviator. Player on the right-hand side of the door, elbow spotted, swings across it entirely. Mackenzie should have this gunfight himself. Knows that he has the opportunity, but no, Snip backs off. Rice there. Finding Tesla, removes the lion, removes the Finker, takes the Chimera duo in hand. And going into the final minute, it is going to be a 3 versus 3. Rice is 16-8.
Jeez Louise, yeah, absolutely dominating right now on this performance. Rice is just doing some great job overall, forcing Borderline the team to win, no matter what, generating so many opportunities. I mean, no more presence on the ground floor certainly makes things a whole lot more difficult. Kinsey should be confirming that at least in the closest vicinity, the site is open. Mackenzie, though, wants to get rid of this Womai presence, and this will be rightfully so very much needed. To conclude, Drift Zone needs to also make the entry into the site.
Smoke to cover, looking to swing on out. What can Altered Zelios do? Just stall it out, Snip swings, and he's found by Mackenzie. And the plant will start up Drifts on the job. There is a Nitro Cell and 3 impacts in hand, and they will go out. Mackenzie takes some damage, but gets the kill ultimately. A third and, well, a fourth in the round. It's on to Rice to try and clutch it up. The Nitro was unable to secure a kill. He's got to find 3, and, well, that would take him to almost 20 in the round. And it's Mackenzie, of course, to shut it down. Cthulhu LFO take the match. And Mackenzie takes down his former teammate. A bittersweet victory at the end of the day.
The sigh of relief is finally coming about to LFO as they're finally breaking that curse of all the problems that were haunting them. And, well, they managed to finally propel themselves high on the leaderboard now, I believe claiming the 3rd place for themselves.
I mean, what a turnaround and a half going into Playday 4, and that is a massive jump as well. Who would have thought, coming into today with Dynasty and Kraken looking to go for each other's throats, that it would be LFO making the leap that they have?
Absolutely, yeah, look, it certainly looked like initially Altered Zelios could have the opportunity to really pull a comeback here. But unfortunately for them, just, well, certain things did not align, albeit I have to congratulate Rice. That was just a stellar performance. Just a shame that the rest of the team just couldn't pull up as well. And, well, for Mackenzie and co, look, finally some proper closure.
Yeah, look, you got to respect a team like that. You got to respect Flux coming back in, returning to the Oceanic Challenger League and putting up the numbers that he did after such a hiatus. I mean, LFO, they're just proving that they belong in this competition. They keep picking up the wins here and there. It doesn't have to be, you know, an absolute stomp from the start. It can come in that late, deep run in this stage. Unfortunately, for Altered Zelios, they will be, you know, knocked back down a few pegs. But again, there's still 3 weeks to play, Cthulhu. There's still every chance these teams can keep climbing.
Absolutely, yeah. Plenty of opportunities, plenty of still points to be gathered. I mean, still 3 more playdays, so, and as I said, the leaderboard, apart from the first place, is nice and volatile, so up until we conclude the last playday, I don't think we are going to be seeing anything completely solidified.
Well, speaking of volatile, it's the man himself, Mackenzie from LFO, coming in for a chat. It feels like an age since the last time we talked to you, Mackenzie. Congratulations on the win. I mean, let's get right into the nitty-gritty. How terrifying was it to see Rice actually fragging out, but being on the other team this time?
First time it's actually gone positive in CL, so it was honestly, it was scary. Couldn't stop him.
Run us through the final round, what was happening, because it looked like you guys were just about to, you know, fully have the full control, but once you lost the ground floor control with both Line and Finka being outed by Rice, was it just a call to just say, okay, heck it, send it, and get the plan down as quickly as possible? Or was there something else that was holding back the initial push onto the side?
We kind of walked in starting and just, I think we got like 2 or 3 picks or something. I think we got 2 picks, and we kind of we had the main control, we had the study control. Our biggest issue as a team is stalling, and we stalled out pretty hard, which allowed them to make those plays. We ended up like we stalled out for ages waiting for intel, so we used the Yana clone, and then we just kind of walked in off that and got the most scuffed plant down in history.
Look, coming into Playday 4, unfortunately you lost Nick due to, you know, internet issues. You bring in Flux. What was it like? He's been away from OCL for a while. Did he sort of slot in well, or was there a bit of growing pains getting him back in?
Oh, it's definitely growing pains. He's completely different playstyle to Nick, but the shot calling, like, whereas Nick's the fresher, younger gunner type, Flux is the more experienced. And to be fair, Flux gun today, so he did awesome. Good having him back.
Well, look, yeah, the smile on your face is absolutely massive. It's great to see you picking up the victory. But before we let you head off, anyone you want to shout out?
Shout out to the AZ boys. Like, they're the good mates of everyone on our team, and that was always going to be a fun game. I was scared that it started coming down to the wire again, but we managed to pull through. Shout out to all the fans that are supporting, and shout out to everyone watching.
Now, look, Mackenzie, we know the MVP for today was actually Crips T. She was backing you guys all the way, apparently. Completely forsook the Ace Altazelios guys, so make sure you go and hit her up and say thank you for the KT blessing. But Cthulhu, that does bring our final match of the day to an end. 4 matches played, 4 playdays played, and 3 remaining. I mean, at the moment, with the leaderboard as it stands, is this sort of what you expected, hitting the halfway mark?
Honestly, not really, because I mean, at the beginning of the season, I mean, I looked at the rosters like Dynasty, rosters like Kraken, even the 1620 Kings, and I looked at those were the ones that I was kind of keeping my eye out for, and maybe even Antic. But seeing as Antic unfortunately had this sort of downfall that they had, kind of the only thing that I ended up being kind of expecting is Kraken being on top of the leaderboard, but. Look, well, the way how they've deconstructed it was just absolutely stunning.
Yeah, you're right. Look, let's take a look at back how the night played out. Of course, 4 matches done and in the books. And, well, yeah, look, I think one of those was the one that we expected. Kraken taking down Dynasty 7-1. It was actually Circular Spheres taken down 1620 Kings 7-3. The Warriors, that one's correct. Vodafone Warriors took down Antic 7-3 and LFO with the 7-4 victory. And, I mean, again, it does cause a pretty significant shuffle in the leaderboard in the mid-pack. Unfortunately, though, no chance at toppling the Kraken esports crew, who are at this stage and, well, for a wee while now undefeated.
Yeah, it would take quite a really, really horrible day for Kraken players to really not perform and not keep on reclaiming the first place, because so far it's been an absolutely blast of a performance from them. And basically, now that Dynasty has been kind of shunned away this hard, it kind of leaves them in kind of just a sole first position to just go and start basically already preparing for the OCL OCN promo match.
4 points clear, Cthulhu, which means the only position that they could be contested in, it is going to come down to week 6. That is the closest, the soonest that they can be contested, and that is assuming they do not pick up a single win between now and the end of the stage. But they are clear, 12 points up in first place, Circular Spheres with 8 in second, LFO bagging third, like you said, with 7 points. Dynasty and Vodafone Warriors tied in that 4th place position with 6. Altazelios with 5, 1620 Kings with 3, and Antics, unfortunately, still stuck with that singular point that they picked up earlier in the stage. But, I mean, there is a lot of promise going into the final 3 weeks of play.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's still quite a fair bit of shake-up to be done. Barring the first place, every other position on the leaderboard can still be absolutely replaced by one or the other team, so at least the next 4, if not 5 teams could certainly still play for that big head-to-head race. And like you said, week 6, week 7 will be the ones to really ultimately decide who's going to where and where each one of those teams stand, really.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing 2 very vastly different situations. One, Kraken still untouchable at the top of the leaderboard, and Antic, unfortunately, quickly falling behind the rest of the pack. Both teams could find themselves immovable from their positions come week 5 and even week 6 as well. But, I mean, it has to be said. Is there any chance? What are the odds that Kraken get shifted, do you reckon?
The chances, I would say, are rather slim here. Look, given the way how they've been performing at 7-2s and 7-1s all across the board, it would take a miracle, honestly, to take them down.
Well, to see if miracles happen, unfortunately, you're going to have to come back next week, of course, heading into Playday 5, same time, same place next week, Tuesday night, of course, for the Oceanic Challenger League. Cthulhu, another week done. We crossed that halfway mark and we look to the future. We'll see you back next week.